The room you are in tonight is small enough to understand, but not small enough to hold everything you have been carrying. The light is low, the color somewhere between gold and amber, spilling from a lamp on the nightstand or from the phone you still have not put down. Shadows rest in the corners like folded blankets, quiet and patient. The sheets around your legs are creased from the way you have turned over and over, trying to find a position that feels like sleep, but only finding new angles of awareness. Outside the window, the world keeps moving in thin, distant lines. A car passes on the road with a long, soft sigh of rubber on asphalt. Somewhere farther away, a siren rises and falls, blurred by distance and closed glass, changed into something almost like a whale calling through dark water. In here, the sound is different. In here, the noises are small and domestic, the kind that rarely show up in stories unless someone has decided they mean something. The air conditioner hums with a low, steady vibration, a mechanical lullaby pretending it was made just for you. Every few minutes, it shifts, clicks, breathes in and out in a way that almost sounds human. The fridge in the kitchen cuts out and then starts again, its compressor coughing alive with a short, dull thump you have heard so many times your brain stopped naming it years ago. Pipes hidden in the walls expand and contract with tiny metallic ticks, like old bones remembering how to move. You lie there somewhere between 25 and 50, old enough to know better than to scare yourself, young enough that some part of you still enjoys it a little. Your eyes sting from the day, from the screen, from the slow erosion of attention that comes with living modern life. Notifications have finally been swiped away or surrendered to. The last app you opened is this one, a thumbnail with dark colors and a title that promised something chilling, something based on a true story, something that might make the late hour feel less empty. You did not choose it because you want to be terrified. You chose it because there is a particular kind of comfort in hearing about someone else's nightmares while you are wrapped in your own blankets, as if fear, thinned out and stretched into a story, becomes something you can hold without it cutting too deep, as if, by the time the video or the audio ends, your mind will be so busy with other people's ghosts that your own worries will finally back away and let you fall. The house has learned your weight by now. It knows the places where your steps are heaviest, the cold mornings when you drag yourself down the hallway, the late nights when you pause in the kitchen longer than you should, staring at nothing in particular. It knows the shape your body makes in the mattress, the way one side has softened slightly more than the other. Wood and drywall, plaster and wires, all of it holding you the way hands hold a secret. Tonight, as you listen, the building shifts. One board in the hallway, outside your bedroom door, gives a single, low creak, the kind that sounds suspiciously like a foot testing its weight. The sound reaches you through the slightly open door, thin but clear. A second or two later, another noise. A soft pop from somewhere in the floor near the foot of your bed, like a joint settling after being stretched too far. If you were 10 years younger, your heart might jump. You might freeze, stare at the bedroom doorway, start calculating whether you locked the front door, whether you remembered to slide the chain across. But you have lived in enough houses to know this language. Heat meets cold. Wood adjusts. Nails relax their grip. Buildings do not stay still any more than bodies do. They exhale. They complain. They remember. The narrator's voice fills the room around you, Or maybe it is just the words unspooling in your head as your eyes move along the lines. Either way, the story starts by touching all the familiar places. Closets that look darker when the light goes off. Bathroom mirrors that catch the edge of movement as you walk past them, then show you nothing when you turn back. Hallways that feel 2 inches longer when you have to walk them alone at 3 in the morning. You have heard all of it before. Monsters in the wardrobe, faces at the window, a shadow at the end of the bed that is only a pile of clothes when you finally reach for the lamp. The stories people told you when you were small were full of eyes glowing from the dark, hands under the mattress, something waiting behind the shower curtain. Most of those stories were not really about what lived in your house. They were about how adults tried to give shape to a feeling they did not know how to explain, that the world could turn on you without warning, that danger sometimes comes in through the safest doors. The voice admits this softly. Most things lurking in corners are just furniture and poor lighting. Most sounds at night are plumbing, wiring, temperature, the slow shifting of materials built to outlive you. The scary tales live on because fear is easier to tell as a fable than as a fact. It is more bearable to imagine a sharp-toothed creature under the bed than to look directly at the ways people can hurt each other under bright, ordinary daylight. The house, meanwhile, goes on breathing. Another faint groan from somewhere near the ceiling, like an old person turning over in their sleep. A whisper of air moves through the vent above you, rustling the edge of the curtain just enough to disturb the pattern of shadow on the wall. Your phone screen dims slightly, reminding you are supposed to be resting, not feeding your brain more reasons to stay awake. If someone were to stand at the foot of your bed right now and listen, really listen, they would hear a whole layered orchestra of small, repeating noises. The subtle rasp of your breath as it lengthens and shortens with each thought. The tiny click in your throat when you swallow. The sigh the mattress gives when you shift your weight. The distant, rhythmic thud of footsteps from the apartment above, or from a neighbor coming home late, or from nobody at all. Just your mind trying to map a pattern onto random sounds. The house remembers every person who has ever slept in this room before you. It remembers the couple that argued in whispers long after midnight, trying not to wake their child. It remembers the college student who studied at this same wall until their eyes burned, then fell asleep with the laptop still open, face lit blue by lines of text. It remembers the last time someone cried into this pillow so hard it left a faint watermark inside the cotton. Buildings are not alive, not in the way you are, but they hold impressions. They trap echoes. Sometimes, on nights like this, it feels as if they are listening back. Most horror stories would put something outside the window right about now. A figure half seen behind the glass, a reflection that does not quite match the way you are lying. A phone notification from an unknown number that blinks once and then disappears before you can read it. That is one way to do it. One way to keep you from putting the device down. Tonight's story is not that. Tonight's story does not need a shape in the dark at the edge of your bed, or a stranger breathing under the floorboards. It does not need a specter that disappears when you turn on the light. Tonight's story is different. It is not about a monster lurking outside your window. It is about a child. And the scariest part is that she was real enough to have paperwork, a file, a sentence. You are lying in a very ordinary room, inside a very ordinary home. in a country that believes it knows how to keep children safe. Somewhere far away from you, across an ocean and decades of time, there was another room, another bed, another child lying awake and listening to the sounds of her own house. Her name, in the records, is Lena Crowe. As your eyes grow heavier, the edges of your room begin to blur. The lamplight softens. The hum of your AC fades into a low, steady tone like distant wind. You can almost feel the story standing up from beside you, walking quietly to the wall and pressing its hand flat against the paint as if testing for a thin place. On the other side of that thin place lies a town called Brackenwood. If you listen closely, under the familiar noises of your own home, you might hear it. The drip of rain on old brick, the far-off clank of factory machines, the high, sharp laughter of children playing in streets that stay wet and gray most of the year. The room you are in remains the same, but the story has already started to move. It is leaving your ceiling and your hallway for a while. It is crossing the water, going back in time, finding the street where a little girl watched the world hurt itself and took careful notes. Brackenwood sits on the northern edge of Northport like a bruise that never healed. In daylight, it pretends to be part of the city, just another cluster of housing rows and old mills. But when the sun drops behind the chimneys, it becomes something else entirely. The air grows thick, metallic, faintly sour, the kind of air that clings to fabric and skin until it feels like you are wearing the town itself. The streets here are narrow, hemmed in by terraced houses of red brick, the kind that have not been truly red in decades. Coal, soot, and exhaust have darkened them to a dull, bruised maroon, each one streaked with years of rain that has carried grime down their faces like slow tears. Rows of chimneys stab into the gray sky. From some of them, smoke still rises. Not clean white smoke, but the tired brown of damp wood and cheap coal. On most nights, the sky above Brackenwood never goes entirely dark. It hovers in that dull shade between orange and black. The color of street lamps reflected off oily puddles. In between the rows are alleys slick with rain and grease, narrow enough for only one person to pass at a time. Rats move here like shadows. The cobblestones are uneven, chipped, tattooed with the marks of cartwheels, boots, and bicycle tires long since rusted. A single street light might hang over a crossroad, flickering as if it is deciding whether the scene beneath it deserves to be illuminated or not. The wind that snakes through the gaps carries the mingled smells of beer, ash, and something faintly sour like old milk. Factories border the town's southern edge. Their windows are broken in patterns that look almost deliberate, each one a black mouth yawning into the fog. Inside, the air is filled with the ghost of movement, the sound of conveyor belts that once rattled, the faint hum of machinery that no longer runs. You can almost imagine them still working on their own, churning out something no one ordered. A train passes every few hours on the elevated track nearby, and its scream cuts through everything else like a reminder that the world beyond Brackenwood still exists. Children play in the skeletons of these places. They climb piles of rusted metal, turning forgotten scraps into castles and war zones. They dare each other to enter the hollow houses, stepping through doorways half covered by broken boards, walls decorated with mold instead of wallpaper. Their laughter echoes off the brick and then vanishes too quickly, leaving behind an aftertaste of silence that does not feel natural. The sound of glass breaking barely raises a glance from adults passing by. In Brackenwood, noise is part of the weather. Listen carefully, and you can build the town's entire rhythm from sound alone. The tap of rain on corrugated roofs, patient and unending. The howl of trains slicing through the distance, the drunken voices spilling from pubs, half songs, half arguments. Dogs barking behind thin walls where couples scream at each other. The hollow clink of bottles being thrown into bins, one by one, like someone marking time. Here, shouting and sirens do not mean danger. They mean life continuing as usual. Police cars glide through every few nights, their blue lights flashing over wet brick. People pause, watch, and then go back to whatever they were doing. The only things that truly stop Brackenwood are funerals and heavy snow. The town is tired. Its people are tired. They work long days in factories or docks, come home with hands blackened by soot and eyes gray with exhaustion. They eat, they drink, they argue, they sleep, and they do it again. Nobody asks questions they cannot afford to answer. The bruises on a woman's arm, the scream of a child 2 doors down, the crash of something breaking. All of it folds into the background hum of life. You could live here for years and never learn your neighbor's name, only the pattern of their anger. There is no real malice in Brackenwood, but there is an absence of kindness that feels almost the same. Children grow up quick and invisible. They learn that crying does not stop anything, that teachers have too many students, and that police knock only when something is already broken beyond repair. Some of them grow wild, like weeds in the cracks of pavement. Others grow inward, their eyes taking on the dull, watchful patience of stray cats. If you were to walk down one of the side streets on a late afternoon in the 1960s, you might see it all stretch before you. The laundry line swaying above the road, a mother dragging her child by the wrist, a man yelling through a pub window, teenagers sharing a cigarette on a wall. The rain would come down soft at first, then harder, darkening the brick until the whole world seemed soaked in ink. Somewhere, a radio plays muffled music from behind a half-shut window. It sounds cheerful, and somehow that makes it worse. As night comes, the town changes key. The factories fade into silhouettes. Streetlights hum with electricity, each surrounded by a faint halo of mist. The puddles reflect the glow, turning the ground into a broken mirror. From far away, the place could almost look beautiful, a living postcard of industrial England, all texture and history. But up close, the details begin to show. The rot under the paint, the mildew in the window frames, the way the air feels heavier here, like it knows too much. It is the kind of place where stories do not have heroes, only survivors. Where children learn to keep secrets before they learn to read. Where silence is not peace, it is strategy. Sometimes, when the wind stills, you can hear the town breathing through its pipes, the hiss of water through radiators, the dull boom of distant plumbing, the heartbeat of infrastructure keeping things alive that should have died long ago. In that breath, something else hides. Not words, but the rhythm of anger, the pulse of neglect, the low vibration of lives pressed too close together. Brackenwood hums in a minor key, and inside one of those soot-dark houses, on a street that smells of damp coal and boiled cabbage, sits a small girl with dark hair and eyes too still for her age. Her name is Lena Crowe. From her window, the glass cracked in 2 places like a spiderweb. She watches the world outside with the patience of someone older. She listens to the arguments from the next house over, to the drunken laughter, to the sharp slap of a door being slammed, and she memorizes it. The rhythm, the tone, the moment when voices tip from normal to violent. She does not flinch when a bottle shatters in the street. She simply blinks once, slowly, as if storing the sound in a secret corner of her mind. In time, she will learn to copy it perfectly. For now, she only watches, silent as dust in a shaft of dirty yellow light. Outside, the rain keeps falling, tapping against the glass like fingers that have forgotten how to knock. The upstairs room is small, but it holds more nights than its four walls should reasonably contain. It sits above the street like a tired eye, its single window looking out over the row of houses, the chimneys, the broken alley where rain collects in thin, shining strips. From the outside, it is just another lit square in the brick, one more rented room in Brackenwood. From the inside, it is the whole world for a girl who has learned that downstairs is often worse. The wallpaper was once cheerful. Someone chose a thin floral pattern, pale pink blossoms on a cream background, meant for a child's room or a soft-hearted couple starting out. Time has peeled it away in curling strips. In places, the flowers droop where damp has seeped through, stained brown at the edges like old bruises. The seams no longer meet neatly. They gape, showing thin lines of cracked plaster beneath. A faint smell of cigarettes and cheap perfume has sunk so deeply into the paper that the room still breathes it out even when the window is open. The carpet is a dull, colorless thing, its original shade lost under years of footsteps and spills. Near the bed, cigarette burns mark small dark craters where ash fell and fingers did not bother to pinch it out in time. Some burns are round and neat, others smeared, as if someone changed their mind halfway through. They form a scattered constellation at the edge of the narrow mattress, a star map of carelessness. Against one wall stands a mirror in a warped wooden frame. The glass is cracked, not shattered into obvious danger, but split in a long, jagged line from the top corner down toward the middle, like lightning frozen in place. It divides the reflection into mismatched pieces. When Lena Crowe looks into it, her face arrives in fragments, one eye slightly higher than the other, her mouth cut in half by the fault line, her dark hair divided into neat and messy at the same time. She is about 10 years old, though sometimes she looks older when she is not moving. Tonight she sits on the edge of the bed, with her bare feet not quite reaching the floor. The mattress dips under her weight with a soft, resigned sigh. Her hands rest on her thighs, fingers uncurling and curling again in slow, absent movements. She is listening, the way she has been listening since she was old enough to realize that sound comes before most bad things. Downstairs, her mother laughs. Paula Crowe's laughter is big and too bright, like a bulb wired to the wrong voltage. It rises up through the thin ceiling, along with the murmur of a man's voice and the uneven thump of shoes being kicked off, dropped or thrown. Every now and then, the laughter slices off and is replaced by something sharper in her tone, a snap of words Lena cannot quite hear. The man's voice grows louder when that happens, then lower again, cycling through the same pattern the way the trains cycle through Northport Station. The slam of a door rattles the frame of Lena's room. A bottle clinks against another, then rolls across the floor downstairs with a hollow knock, 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 that she feels through the soles of her feet. The bed springs, whisper softly in time with the rhythm of whoever is walking beneath her. Someone turns on the tap in the kitchen or the bathroom, and water rushes through the pipes inside the walls. A sudden gushing that always makes Lena think of the sea in a place she has never seen. Her eyes do not close when she remembers the bath. In her mind, the upstairs room becomes instead the cramped, peeling bathroom down the hall. The light bulb is naked there, with no shade, casting a harsh white glare over the stained tub. The tap runs with a harsh hiss, and bathwater sloshes as it rises, turning from icy to lukewarm, never quite hot enough to feel kind. Paula's voice, slightly slurred, tells her it is time to get clean. She has been playing outside all day, or so the story goes. Lena remembers the feel of hands on the back of her head, fingers tangling in her hair, then pushing. At first it is playful, a shove that dips her nose just beneath the surface so that water floods into it. She comes up coughing, sputtering, blinking through droplets that cling to her eyelashes. Paula laughs. It is a high sound, sharp and delighted in a way that does not match the fear clawing at Lena's throat. Again, Paula says, and the hands push harder this time. The sound of the running tap becomes muffled, warped by the water closing over Lena's ears. The world turns into a loud, dull roar, punctuated by the echo of her own heartbeat, banging rapid against the inside of her skull. She tries to inhale and gets water instead. Her body jerks, her legs kick against porcelain. There is another laugh above her, tinny and distant now. Then, just as the edge of the tub presses painfully against her chest, the hands let go. She bursts upward, gasping, coughing out the bath, eyes stinging, throat burning. "Do not be so dramatic," Paula says, the words already drifting away, more smoke than sentence. The sound of bathwater dripping back from Lena's hair is what she remembers most clearly. That, and the bubbling, broken noise that came out of her when she could not get enough air. It did not sound like crying. It sounded like something trying to be born and failing. In another memory, the room around her is replaced by a balcony. The railing is flaking paint, the bricks cold under her hands. Someone has opened the upstairs window and lifted her out for fresh air, setting her carefully on the narrow edge as if it is a bench and not a drop. "Stay there," Paula says. "Do not move." Then the phone rings inside, and Paula turns away, muttering about missing a call. The glass slides shut behind her with a soft, final click. Lena sits very still on the railing for a long time. She feels the wind push against her back, hears the distant roar of traffic, the argument of two neighbors in the street below. Her toes curl hard against the brick. In the room beyond the closed window, the phone keeps ringing, then stops, then starts again. Laughter spills out when Paula finally answers, a muffled explosion of sound that does not match the thin line of her daughter's body perched above the open air. In both memories, and in the present, what binds everything together is sound. The running tap, hissing like a snake pressed against the wall. The slosh of water as a body struggles under its surface. The muffled screams and laughter layered so tightly that it is hard to tell which is which. The clink of bottles against countertops and each other. The sharp slap of a hand on skin, followed by a sudden heavy quiet that falls over a room like a dropped curtain. These are the noises that seep through the floorboards into the upstairs room, night after night. Lena does not cry when she hears them. She does not clap her hands over her ears or hum to drown them out. She listens, carefully, repeatedly. She files them away in a part of her mind that other children use for stories or songs. Lena studies fear the way a scientist studies weather. She learns the difference between a gasp of surprise and a gasp of panic. She learns how quick footsteps sound when they are running toward trouble, and how they sound when they are running away. She notices how the pitch of a voice changes when a hand closes around a wrist, a jaw, a throat. She notices how some cries cut off suddenly, like a record needle lifted from a groove, while others trail away into hoarse, useless sobbing. She listens for the moment when breath becomes struggle, and when struggle becomes stillness. Upstairs, on the narrow bed, she tilts her head when the downstairs noise spikes, then drops again. The laughter returns more quietly, a little jagged at the edges now. A chair scrapes. A door frame shudders as something or someone bumps against it. Then there is a pause. The kind of pause that stretches too long, that seems to darken the light in the room, even though the bulb has not changed. By the time she turns 11, Lena will understand something most adults never do. If you press hard enough on the soft part of the throat, the world goes quiet in a way that is almost peaceful. The room settles back into its usual rhythm. The pipes hum. The bed creaks. Somewhere beyond her thin wall, in the next cramped apartment over, a child begins to cry. A small, hiccuping sound, then louder, then a wail that cuts through plaster as if it were paper. A woman's voice hisses for them to hush. There is the dull thud of a hand hitting something, and the crying drops to a whimper. Lena does not move. She sits on the edge of her bed, feet not quite touching the scarred carpet, eyes fixed on the cracked mirror and the version of herself staring back in broken pieces. Her face is calm. Her hands are still. Her eyes are dry. By afternoon, the rain has slowed to a damp whisper over Brackenwood, but it has already done its work. The playground at the edge of the estate is a patchwork of mud and puddles, grass trodden down to slick brown soup, where small shoes have churned it all day. Rusted swings hang from their frame like tired arms, chains creaking whenever the wind remembers to push them. The seesaws are crooked, one end higher than the other, as if even the playground equipment has given up trying to be fair. Graffiti crawls across the concrete walls and the sides of the climbing frame. Names, crude pictures, slogans half rubbed away by weather and small fingers. A chain-link fence borders one side of the playground, its metal rattling every time a gust of wind squeezes through. Someone has twisted a section of it up and back, leaving a jagged gap that children wriggle under, their coats snagging on sharp wire. Every few minutes, a train screams past on the tracks beyond, the sound stretching over the playground like a long metal shout. Children move through this landscape as if it were natural, because for them, it is. They run, slip, kick at stones, jump over puddles, and sometimes into them. The cold air carries their laughter in short, bright bursts. A boy in a too-thin jacket tries to swing as high as he can, chains snapping and groaning under the effort. Two girls spin each other on a roundabout that shrieks at every turn, bare hands reddened by the cold metal. There are shoves and pushes, mock fights and real ones, all blurred together by the sheer volume of sound. Lena Crowe stands a little apart from the main knot of children, near the low brick wall that separates the playground from the houses beyond. Her hands are in the pockets of her coat. Her dark hair is pulled back roughly with an elastic band that has already slipped once or twice, leaving stray strands on her cheeks. She is not the loudest. She is not the fastest. She is the one who seems to be always watching for a moment when the game can change. She does not call attention with noise. She calls it with suggestions. When two boys argue over whose turn it is on the swing, she drifts closer and offers a way to decide. Stand against the fence and hold your breath while she counts. See who lasts longer. When a group of girls grow bored of the roundabout, she wonders aloud who is brave enough to stand on the seats while it spins. Her tone is casual, not daring them directly, but letting the challenge hang in the air like cold fog. Children, hungry to prove themselves in front of each other, often step forward without thinking. Today, she has found a new game. Along one side of the playground runs that low brick wall, about as high as a child's knee. On the other side, the land drops slightly toward a patch of cracked pavement and a shallow ditch where rain collects. It is not a fatal fall. It is not even dramatic. It is exactly the sort of height adults might glance at and think, they will be fine. That is why Lena has chosen it. A younger boy, maybe 6, with a runny nose and hair that will not stay flat, loiters near the swings, watching the older children do tricks he cannot yet copy. Lena calls to him, her voice mild, almost kind. She asks his name. He tells her, eyes flicking nervously to the others as if expecting them to laugh. She does not. She tells him she has a game that is for people who have good balance. From the first word, she makes it sound like a compliment. She leads him to the wall. The wind pushes at their coats, bringing with it the smell of wet metal and old smoke. Lena steps up first, placing one scruffy shoe on the brick, then the other, arms out for balance. The sound of her soles scraping against the rough surface is surprisingly loud in that moment, a dry, gritty whisper. She walks along it slowly, each step a deliberate test of space. When she reaches the end, she hops down lightly and smiles at him, a small, unremarkable smile that somehow says more than any dare. Your turn, she says. It is easy. Just do not look down. The boy hesitates. Behind him, a few kids have noticed and drifted closer, forming an informal audience. Their laughter quiets, changes timbre, becomes thinner, stretched over a wire of expectation. Lena offers her hand to help him up, steadying him as he climbs onto the wall. His shoes are slick with mud. They squeak faintly as rubber meets brick. When he straightens, the drop on the far side seems a little bigger from up there, the ditch a little darker. The wind chooses that moment to blow a little harder. It presses against his thin body, making his arms wobble as he lifts them out for balance. Children on the ground giggle, not unkindly, but nervously. They are familiar with this kind of danger. They have scraped their knees, split their lips, seen blood bead and drip. It is all part of growing up here. Still, there is a difference between thinking you might fall and feeling it tilt under your feet. Just walk, Lena says, voice almost gentle. One foot, then the other. You can do it. Everyone is watching. It is that last part that pushes him forward. 1 foot forward, sole scraping across the brick, searching for purchase. Then the other, toes overhanging the edge just slightly more than is comfortable. Beneath him, the pavement waits, hard and indifferent. The gap between the wall and the ground is only enough for a short drop, but that is all it ever takes for something to break in a way that rattles adults. He takes 3 steps. The children around hold their breath without being told to. The wind gusts again, catching his arms like small sails. For a heartbeat, he pinwheels, shoes skidding on a wet patch. The sound of rubber sliding on damp brick is a thin, panicked squeal, Then he falls. The moment stretches, a brief blur of flailing limbs, a single sharp intake of breath from the watching circle, then the crack of small bone against pavement, a sound so clean and concise that it slices through every other noise in the playground. It is not as loud as a slammed door, not as shrill as a scream, but it carries in a different way. It drops into the center of the afternoon like a stone into water. There is one heartbeat of absolute silence. The roundabout stops squealing. The swings stop groaning. A train in the distance roars on, but here, close in, everything holds its breath. Then the boy starts to cry. It is a high, broken sound, edged with that particular kind of shock that children feel when they realize the world can hurt them in ways they did not agree to. He clutches his arm, rolling slightly from side to side in the shallow ditch, muddy water soaking into his clothes. Tears cut clean lines down his dirty face. The silence shatters. Children burst into noise again, but this time it is not laughter. It is a tangle of exclamations, gasps, someone calling for their mom. Two adults rush from the benches near the fence, shoes splashing through puddles, faces pinched with fear and irritation in equal measure. One kneels by the fallen boy, hands fluttering uncertainly over his arm, his shoulder, checking for more damage. The other whirls on the remaining children, demanding to know what happened, who pushed, who thought this was a good idea. Lena stands a little way back from the crowd that has formed, close enough to be included, far enough to evade immediate blame. Her expression is blank in the way that has become natural to her. She looks at the boy, at his scrunched up, red face, at the way his mouth opens wide around the sound of his pain. She watches the adult's fingers tremble as they probe for swelling. Her eyes, very dark and very still, flick up briefly to the woman's face and lock there. There is something almost like curiosity in her gaze. Not glee, not yet. Nothing so simple. Something more measured. She is taking in the panic in the woman's eyes, the tightness at the corners of her mouth, the way her voice pitches higher when she calls out for someone to get help. She is filing it away. How quickly noise can flip from amusement to alarm, how eyes widen, how hands shake. This, too, is information. When the adult turns to the group and demands an explanation, it is Lena who speaks first. Her voice is soft, controlled, carrying just enough tremor to sound sincere. She tells them that the boy wanted to walk on the wall, that he had seen others do it, that he slipped. Her words fall into place neatly, like bricks in a line. She does not say she suggested it. She does not say she held his hand as he climbed up. Those parts do not feel necessary to mention. The woman glares at her for a second, then looks back at the boy, at the arm he is still clutching. Someone mutters about hospitals, about broken bones, about parents being furious. Children shift from foot to foot, glancing between Lena, the adult, and their fallen friend. The train tracks hum again in the background, reminding everyone that the world is moving, whether they are ready or not. In the end, the story that settles over the playground is simple. He fell. These things happen. Someone will take him to get checked. His parents will be called. Maybe there will be a cast later, names scrawled all over it in messy handwriting. The wall will still be there tomorrow, waiting for new feet. Nobody blames Lena. Not really. The adults are too busy with the immediate crisis. And once the boy is led away, half carried, half walking, the tension drains from their faces. They light cigarettes with hands that still shake a little. Talk about something else. Anything else. The children drift back to their games, changing the subject because that is what children do. They are just kids, one of the adults says, shaking her head, exhaling smoke into the damp air. Kids will be kids. On afternoons, when the rain holds off just long enough, the backyards behind the Brackenwood terraces become temporary playgrounds. Not the public kind with rusted swings and broken glass, but small, fenced rectangles of cracked concrete and stubborn weeds, strung together by low walls and sagging lines of laundry. Here, away from the main road, sound gathers and lingers. The thump of a football against a wall, the slap of jump ropes on paving, the rise and fall of children's voices mixing with the faint, tinny music drifting from open kitchen windows. In one such yard, 4 girls are playing. Chalk drawings sprawl across the concrete in faded pinks and blues. Hopscotch grids, wobbling flowers, a lopsided sun smiling from a corner near the drain. 2 of the girls are taking turns with a skipping rope, its plastic handles chipped, the cord frayed in one spot where it has slapped too hard against rough stone. A 3rd girl crouches to draw, tongue between her teeth, shading in the petals of a flower with a seriousness that would make more sense in a schoolroom. From the open back door of the house comes the sound of a cheap radio, the music thin and slightly distorted, as if it has traveled too far to get here. A woman hums along from somewhere inside, her voice drifting in and out between the clatter of dishes and the hiss of something frying. The air smells faintly of soap powder and cooking fat. It is an ordinary scene, the kind that barely touches the memory unless something goes wrong. Lena Crowe stands just inside the gate, watching. She has been allowed over for the afternoon, or perhaps allowed is the wrong word. She has followed, invited herself in with that quiet persistence children have when they want not to be alone. Nobody said no. Nobody really said yes, either. She is there now, in the doorway between street and yard. Hands tucked into her coat pockets, eyes tracking the movement of the skipping rope, the arc of it through the air, the flicker of feet as the girls jump. "Come on, Lena," one of them calls, breathless and flushed from jumping. "Your turn." Lena steps forward, her shoes making a soft scuffing sound on the concrete. The rope slaps mutely against the ground as they slow it. She declines with a small shake of her head. She does not like games that depend on timing she cannot control. Instead, she suggests something else, her voice low, but carrying enough to reach them all. "Let us play the sleeping game," she says. "It is easy. No running. You just go still." The girl with the rope laughs, a quick, bright sound. "What? Like pretend to faint?" "Sort of," Lena replies. "You stand here." She marks a spot with the toe of her shoe, near a chalk flower now smeared into a pale blur. "And I stand behind you. I put my hands like this," she demonstrates, lightly wrapping her fingers in the air around an invisible neck. "Just a bit. Just pretend. Then you close your eyes and see how long you can stay standing before you drop. It is only a game. I will not squeeze hard." The suggestion lands in the group like a stone in still water. It ripples through them in different ways. One girl snorts and says it sounds stupid. Another, the one who has been drawing, looks uneasy, wiping chalk dust onto her skirt. But the girl with the rope, cheeks still flushed, eyes bright with that restless need to perform in front of an audience, shrugs. "Fine," she says. "I can do it. I bet I can stay up longer than any of you." She hands the rope to the others and steps into the spot Lena indicated. The radio inside the house changes songs with a brief crackle of static, then settles into a new melody, something cheerful and forgettable. The air feels cooler in that moment, shadows stretching just a fraction longer across the yard. Lena moves behind her. She raises her hands and places them gently, so gently, around the girl's throat. Her fingers are small, but they know exactly where to rest, finding the soft hollows on either side of the windpipe. The girl giggles once, shoulders twitching. "Not too tight," she says. "Just pretend." "Just pretend," Lena agrees. At first, it really is that simple. The other girls watch, shifting from foot to foot, arms folded, eyes sharp with curiosity. The girl in Lena's hands closes her eyes, tilts her head back a little, letting it rest lightly against Lena's chest. There is a brief, oddly intimate silence in which all you can hear is the radio, the faint fizz of frying from inside, and the whisper of wind against the wooden fence. Then Lena's fingers tighten, just a little, just enough. The girl's breath shortens almost immediately. It is not dramatic. There is no sudden choking. It is a subtle change, a quickening of the shallow inward pulls, air scraping past a narrowing passage. Her chest rises more sharply. Her throat moves under Lena's hands in a small, convulsive swallow. That sound, the wet click of swallowing against pressure, seems louder than it should be in the open air. "Lena," she says, or tries to. The word comes out thinner than before, the first syllable clear, the second squeezed. A small, involuntary squeak escapes her when Lena's thumbs shift and press inward with more certainty. Her knees tremble. The girls watching do not immediately understand. They have never had reason to listen for that exact kind of sound. To them, this is still a game, and they are waiting for the part where she drops to the ground and everyone laughs. One of them giggles nervously, hugging the jump rope to her chest. Another bites at the skin around her thumb. Eyes fixed on the way, the girl's face is changing color, just slightly, just around the mouth. Inside the house, a pan clatters in the sink. The radio announcer says something, his words too muffled to make out. In the yard, the air feels thicker. "Stop it," the girl whispers, voice now strange, pressed flat. "Lena, stop." Lena does not. She is paying attention, but not to the words. She is listening to the rhythm of the breathing, to the tiny strange sounds trying to escape past her fingers. She can feel the flutter of a pulse under her thumb, quick and frantic. She leans in slightly, as if adjusting for comfort, and for a fraction of a second, the pressure increases. That is when the sound changes. The breath catches entirely. There is a tiny, desperate noise, not quite a cough, not quite a cry. Something raw and small and scared. The girl's hands fly up to Lena's wrists, fingers scrabbling, nails scratching over skin. Her knees buckle. One of the other children screams, not playfully. A real scream, high and sharp, slicing through the fog of pretend. It carries through the open back door, down the narrow hallway, into the kitchen where the woman is standing. Another child starts shouting, "Mom! Mom! She is hurting her! She is hurting her!" The rope drops to the ground, coiling in a limp circle at their feet. The spell breaks. Hands that were only watching now reach in, yanking Lena's fingers away from the girl's throat. The girl stumbles forward, collapsing onto hands and knees, gagging, sucking in air that feels too big for her narrow chest. Her coughing is loud and wet, echoing off the back wall. Red marks bloom on the pale skin of her neck like fingerprints pressed into dough. The woman from the kitchen arrives, wiping her hands on a towel that she drops as soon as she sees the scene. Her face goes white, then flushes angry red in one fast rush. "What did you do?" she demands, voice shaking. She drops to her knees beside her daughter, cupping the girl's face, turning it toward the light, fingers hovering just above the marks as if afraid to touch them. "What did she do to you?" She, the girl tries to say, but the words tangle with the aftershocks of not breathing, breaking into sobs instead. "She had her hands on her neck," one of the other children blurts out. "Like this." She wraps her own fingers around the air in front of her throat, eyes wide. She would not let go. All eyes swing to Lena. She stands a step back from the small circle, hands by her sides now, palms open, as if to show she is empty. Her face is calm, almost blank, except for a faint crease between her brows that could be concern, or concentration. "It was a game," she says quietly. "We were only playing. I did not mean to hurt her. We were just pretending." The woman stares at her, breathing fast. In her eyes is a fear that has quickly turned to rage, the kind that has nowhere to go but toward the nearest obvious cause. She snaps at the other girls to go home, to find their parents, to tell them what happened. She tells Lena to stay where she is, in a tone that suggests the space around her is now dangerous ground. Later, in a small, overheated room at the local station, that fear will sit in front of a uniformed officer and harden into sentences. "She put her hands around my daughter's throat. She would not let go. She could have killed her." Other parents will nod, adding their own fears, their own children's versions of the story. The words "strangled" and "choked" will be used. They will say Lena's name like a question and like a curse. When the police call Lena in, she arrives looking smaller than she did in the yard. The station smells of old coffee and damp coats. The ceiling lights buzz faintly. She sits on a chair that is too big for her, feet not touching the floor, hands folded neatly in her lap. Her voice is soft when she answers their questions. "We were playing," she says again. "It was just a game. I did not mean to hurt her. We were pretending to faint. I let go as soon as she got upset." She does not fidget. She does not cry. She tilts her head at the right moments, as if considering their questions seriously. To the officers, juggling too many real crimes and too many tired hours, she looks like a child who got overexcited, who crossed a line she did not know was there. The parents' anger spikes like a fever, their voices rising, their hands fluttering, their bodies leaning forward as if trying to push the law into action by sheer will. They imagine a different outcome. Their daughters on the ground, not breathing. They picture small coffins and crowded funerals, and their hearts hammer against their ribs with animal panic. Then, slowly, the fever breaks. The officers murmur about kids, about rough play gone too far. They note that no one actually lost consciousness, that there is no lasting injury. They write something in a file, a brief description that will end up buried under other papers. There is a quiet, bureaucratic decision. No charges. A warning. A conversation with the mother. That will be all. The parents leave the station with their children's hands clenched tightly in theirs, mouths pressed into thin lines. They are not satisfied, but they are tired, and there is dinner to make and work in the morning. The world does not stop for their fear. At the far end of the corridor, near the door that leads back out into Brackenwood's damp streets, Lena stands with her back against the wall. A constable has told her to wait there while someone looks for her mother, who may or may not come. The hallway smells of polish and dust. Fluorescent lights hum overhead, coloring everything a little too pale. She watches as the other children file past her, pulled along by their mothers. The girls keep their eyes fixed on the floor, on their shoes, on anything but her face. One of them glances up for a second, meets Lena's gaze, and then looks away so quickly it is almost a flinch. Lena notices. She notices the way their fingers tighten around adult hands, the way their shoulders curve inward as if trying to make themselves smaller. She notices how none of them say goodbye, not even the girl whose throat still carries faint red marks. She watches them go, one by one, until the door swings shut behind them and the station swallows the last echo of their footsteps. This was the moment where everything could have changed. A complaint had been made. Voices had been raised, not in alleys or kitchens, but inside a building with tiled floors and fluorescent lights, a place meant to give shape to fear and turn it into action. Parents had sat in front of a desk and said the words out loud. She put her hands around my child's throat. She did not stop. In another story, the one people like to believe they live in, this would have been the turning point. A report, a file, a warning that someone might have listened to. A social worker alerted. A school notified. A pattern recognized before it hardened. A child watched more closely, not just when she misbehaved, but when she was quiet in ways that did not match her age. But this is Brackenwood in the late 1960s, where the world is already overfull of shouting and broken things. The officers have a stack of real emergencies on their desks. Men stabbing each other outside pubs. Robberies gone wrong. Missing wages. Missing husbands. Missing sanity. The story of the almost strangling arrives in that pile like a thin, damp leaf, easy to stick between thicker pages and forget. In a small office at the station, a man in a uniform sits down with a form. The room smells of tobacco and old paper. The light above his head buzzes faintly, adding a soft, insect-like drone to the air. He straightens the sheet in front of him, picks up his pen, and begins to write. The sound of the pen scratching across the paper is oddly soothing. A quiet, steady noise, like someone softly combing their fingers through hair. He notes the date, the names of the children, a brief description of the incident. Rough play, hands on neck, no lasting injury. The words, "no further action," are not written, but they hang above the lines like an invisible stamp. He hesitates once, pen hovering above the part where he should indicate if follow-up is required. He thinks of the mother's face, pale and furious, of the way her voice shook. He thinks of the girl, Lena, small and solemn, sitting in the chair with her ankles crossed, saying over and over that it was just a game. Kids are rough, he tells himself. Kids do stupid things. You cannot criminalize them all. The pen moves. A box is ticked. The report is slid into a worn manila folder, its edges soft from too many hands and too many years. The drawer opens with a low, dragging sound. Inside, there are dozens of other files. Their labels faded, some with corners bent back like peeled scabs. He pushes the new one in, somewhere not quite at the top, not quite at the bottom. Something about the motion is final in a way he does not examine. The drawer closes with a dull thud. The folder makes a brief, muffled thunk as it settles against the others. And that is it. The moment passes. There is no alarm, no red flag attached to a name, just paper added to more paper, ink sinking into fibers that will sit in the dark for years, quietly absorbing dust. Now, the story moves again, away from the hum of fluorescent lights and the smell of floor polish, back through the streets of Brackenwood, past the rows of houses with one upstairs window lit, past the pub where men lean against the bar after their shift, arguing about football and politics and the rising price of everything, up a set of narrow stairs that remember every footfall and every stagger. Inside the upstairs room, night has already taken its place. Lena is alone. The wallpaper's faded flowers look almost black in the dimness, outlines of petals where color used to be. The carpet is cold against her bare feet. From downstairs, the soundtrack of her life plays on. Paula's voice, high and strained, tangled with the deeper, slurred tone of a man. They are arguing. They often are. You think you can just come here when you want and go when you like? Do not start, Paula. I have had a long day. Long day? I am the one. The words blur, as they always do, into a rising storm of syllables. Something breaks. A glass, a plate, it is hard to tell. The sharp crack is followed by the brief, shocked silence that always comes when an object turns into a weapon, a symbol. Then heavier noises. A chair scraping back, footsteps stumbling, someone hitting the edge of a table. Lena listens. Not with fear, not exactly. With that same attentive stillness she brought to the backyard, to the boy on the wall. She is mapping the argument in her head. When the voices go up, when they drop, when the air fills with the kind of quiet that is not safe and not quite over. Her heart rate does not change much. This is familiar weather. She stands and moves toward the cracked mirror. The glass reflects the room in its fractured way, showing her a slanted bed, a warped window, a girl split down the middle by a jagged line of silver. She steps close until her breath fogs a small patch of the surface. Her eyes, doubled and uneven, look back. Downstairs, there is a heavy thump against the wall. A curse spat through clenched teeth. More footsteps, retreating now. Then the hollow sound of the front door being yanked open and then slammed shut so hard the upstairs window rattles in its frame. The argument has ended, not with resolution, but with absence. It often does. Paula shouts something after the departing man, words shredded by the stairwell. Then her voice drops to a low mutter. A bottle clinks, then another. The radio comes on, too loud at first, then turned down. A laugh bubbles up from her throat, this one empty and strange, as if she is laughing to an audience that left long ago. Upstairs, Lena lifts her hands. She places them gently around her own throat, thumbs resting in the slight hollows just below her jaw, fingers curved around the back of her neck. Her skin is cool to the touch. She can feel her pulse there, a small, regular beating against the pads of her thumbs. She watches herself in the mirror as she applies pressure, just a little at first, mimicking exactly what she had done that afternoon in the yard. The memory is still fresh in her muscles. The way the girl's neck had felt under her hands, the fragile flecks of cartilage, the flutter of panic in the tendons. Lena's reflection's mouth tightens, but she does not look away. Her breath changes. She can hear it, can see it. The shallow rise and fall of her chest becomes tighter, more deliberate. Air rasps faintly as it passes the narrowing space she has created. Her lips pale just a shade. A spot of color blooms along her cheekbones. She pushes a fraction harder. In her head, she replays the sound the other girl had made when fear tipped into something else, that strangled little squeak that lived halfway between a word and a raw noise. She imagines what her own voice would sound like if she tried to speak now. She does not test it. There is no need. She is not performing for anyone. This is an experiment, and she is both subject and observer. Her eyes remain steady on themselves, even as her vision edges with a slight fuzziness. Tiny black spots gather at the corners, like flies at a window in summer. Her pulse flutters faster, protesting. In the mirror, she watches her face change. Not dramatically, but enough to satisfy her curiosity. The slight swelling at her throat, where her fingers dig in, the faint reddening above her collarbone, the delicate wash of fear that passes through her body without quite touching her mind. She releases her grip. Air rushes in, greedy and cold. Her throat burns for a moment, then settles. She coughs once, quietly, more out of reflex than distress. Blood sings in her ears. The room sharpens back into focus. From downstairs, Paula turns the radio up, drowning her own thoughts. A laugh track from some comedy show filters up through the boards. Canned amusement echoing around a house that rarely hears the real thing. You, listening in your own bed, in your own safer place, might feel something twist in your chest at this point. Not sympathy exactly. Not yet. Something like the realization that you are watching the last few threads that could have caught this girl snap, one by one, while nobody really sees it happen. At the station, a file cools in a drawer. On the street outside, mothers tell their children to stay away from that Crowe girl for a while, then forget to repeat it the next week. At school, a teacher glances at Lena's name on a list, hesitates, then moves on to the next problem in a stack that never ends. When the adults decided this was harmless, they did not know that Lena had learned two things. People did not believe children, and it took longer than she expected to make someone stop moving. She had time to practice. Jamie Price is the kind of child the world was built to hurt without meaning to. He is 4 years old, with messy hair that never quite lies flat, sticking up at the back as if he's been sleeping in the wrong direction his whole life. His shoes are scuffed at the toes, the soles worn smooth from dragging along pavements and kicking at stones. His coat hangs crooked on his small body, one button always undone because his fingers got bored halfway through. He has a way of standing slightly behind older children, close enough to follow, far enough not to be noticed until they need someone to fetch or carry or dare. Jamie likes older kids. He likes the way they move through Brackenwood like they own the pavements, like they understand the rules of the world better than adults do. When they walk, he hurries to keep up, his shorter legs tapping out twice as many steps. When they talk, he tilts his head up, eyes bright, absorbing every word as if they are secrets meant only for him. He believes in them the way some children believe in bedtime stories, unquestioningly, deeply, with the whole unarmored surface of his heart. On this particular afternoon, the sky over Brackenwood is the color of dirty dishwater. Dovetail Lane lies a little farther from the main road, a narrow strip of houses where some windows are lit and others are dead dark, their curtains permanently drawn. At the end of the lane is a house that does not bother to pretend anymore. The house on Dovetail Lane has been empty longer than anyone Jamie's age has been alive. Its windows are boarded from the inside, leaving only thin slits where light sneaks through. The front door hangs crooked on its hinges, always almost closed, but never fully, like a mouth slack with sleep. The paint has peeled away in long, curling strips to reveal gray wood beneath, swollen by years of rain. Weeds have claimed the small front yard. Broken glass glints like teeth along the edge of the path. It is the kind of place parents tell children not to go near. That sentence alone is enough to make it a magnet. Lena Crowe and Nora Bellamy know this. They have walked past the house often enough to feel the way the air changes around it, how conversations lower, how eyes slide away from the black holes where the windows used to be. The house is a space where adults are not, where rules are thinner, where the world feels more like clay than stone. "Have you seen our secret club?" Lena asks Jamie earlier that day, her voice soft, almost shy. "Not everyone is allowed to come. You have to be brave." Brave is a word that folds him up like paper and carries him along. Now the three of them stand at the broken gate of the Dovetail house. Jamie bounces slightly on his feet, peering past them at the door. Nora shifts from heel to toe, her breath making small clouds in the cold air. She keeps glancing back toward the street, as if expecting someone to call her name and end this before it begins. "It is just inside," Lena says, nodding toward the dark slit where the door does not quite meet the frame. "We made something. You will like it." There is a quiet on Dovetail Lane that does not belong to other parts of Brackenwood. No nearby pub bleeds music into the afternoon. No cars roll along the road at this hour. The usual soundtrack of shouting and clatter seems to slide around this house, as if it does not want to touch it. The wind is the only thing that moves, slipping under the loose boards and through the broken guttering with a high, empty whistle. The three children step forward. The path is gritted with glass that crunches under their shoes, making small, brittle noises. Jamie follows the larger footsteps ahead of him, trying to place his feet where Lena and Nora have already stepped, as if the ground might be safer there. His heart beats a little faster, but it is not quite fear yet. It is the kind of thrill that comes from being somewhere he has seen from afar and finally been invited into. Lena reaches the door and pushes. The hinge protests with a slow, dragging creak that seems to stretch far longer than the actual movement. The sound slides up his spine and settles at the base of his neck. Inside, the air smells of dust, damp wood, and something else. The stale breath of a space that has been closed to regular life for too long. "Come on," Lena says, slipping through the gap with the ease of someone who has done this before. Nora hesitates, then follows, hugging her arms around herself. Jamie looks back once more at the empty lane, at the row of houses with their curtains and their satellites and their lives. There is no one watching from the windows, no adult on a doorstep, just bricks, rain marks, and the distant echo of some other family's TV. He goes inside. The floorboards just beyond the doorway sag under their combined weight. Each step produces a distinct groan, a tired complaint that travels along the boards and up the walls. Dust leaps in tiny storms where their shoes land, catching the weak light filtering through the gaps in the boards over the windows. In places where the boards do not fit right, thin beams of daylight lance across the darkness, making the drifting motes look like tiny, aimless planets caught in an orbit they did not choose. The wallpaper in the front room was once patterned with vertical stripes, now barely visible beneath stains and mold creeping up from the skirting boards. In some places, it is peeled away entirely, curling like old skin. A rectangle of slightly cleaner wall marks where a picture used to hang. The fireplace is stuffed with crumpled newspapers and broken bricks, as if someone had tried to block out more than just drafts. Their voices echo in here, not loudly, but enough to sound wrong. When Nora whispers, "I do not like it," her words bounce back to them in pieces, some syllables lingering longer than others. Jamie giggles once because the sound of his own small laugh coming back to him from the dark feels strange, like meeting a twin he did not know he had. It dies quickly when he realizes how much space there is around them now, how the house seems to swallow noise and then decide how much to give back. Above them, in the hidden spaces between ceiling and roof, pigeons flutter. The flapping is sudden and explosive, shaking loose a faint rain of dust and fragments of plaster. Their claws scrabble on wood. One coos, low and hollow, a sound that is almost human and not at all reassuring. "Secret Club is upstairs," Lena says. She is already moving toward the staircase at the back of the room. The banister is loose, wobbling when her hand closes around it. Each step she takes up the stairs triggers a different note in the house's complaint. Some sharp, some low and grinding, all of them old. Jamie follows, small hand sliding briefly along the dusty rail before he pulls it back to wipe on his coat. The silence outside presses against the boarded windows. There are no passing cars, no voices, no dog barking in a nearby yard. Only the wind slipping through a loose gutter, making a metallic rattle that rises and falls with each gust, like something knocking politely and then thinking better of it. The farther they move from the door, the more the world narrows. The daylight at their backs becomes a weak rectangle, then a suggestion, then nothing at all but the memory of brightness. Upstairs, the hallway is a tunnel of shadows, broken only by thin lines of light leaking through the gaps in warped door frames. The wallpaper pattern changes here, some forgotten floral design bloated by damp until the flowers look like stains. The isolation settles over the three of them in layers. There is no adult voice calling from another room, no engine passing on the road outside, no television humming through shared walls, just three sets of small feet on old boards, three patterns of breathing, three hearts beating hard enough that, if they were very quiet, they might hear each other's pulses in the silence. Jamie glances back down the stairs. The front door is out of sight now, around the bend in the hall. The way out is no longer a line of light. It is a shape he has to imagine. For the first time, a thought flickers through him that he cannot put into words, that they are further from help than he has ever been while still technically inside his own town. Lena does not look back. She knows, with the certainty of someone who has spent too many hours listening through walls, exactly how far sound can travel in a place like this, how thick the brick is, how easy it is for a child's voice to be eaten by wood and dust, and the lazy flapping of birds overhead. The room they choose might once have been a bedroom. The shape is right for it, rectangular, with a window centered on one wall and a space where a bed might have stood facing it. Now, the window is mostly blocked by boards nailed across the frame at crooked angles, leaving only a narrow slit near the top where light can slip through. The rest of the glass is dirty, filmed with years of grime. The light that does make it in is thin and yellow, cutting a single diagonal path through the dusty air and pooling on the floorboards like a pale, tired spotlight. There is almost nothing left in the room. A broken chair lies on its side in one corner, two legs snapped clean off. In another, A heap of old newspapers has turned soft and fuzzy with mold. The ink melted into a gray blur. The air smells of damp wood and something stale, the way forgotten places do. The floor is dry here, but a faint drip. Drip can be heard somewhere in the house. From the roof, from a pipe, from a place they cannot see. It punctuates the silence in slow, distant beats. This is where the club meets, Lena says. Only brave ones come up here. Jamie stands just inside the doorway, eyes wide. The dusty beam of light cuts across his face, making his hair look even wilder, his features more fragile. He glances at Nora, who hovers behind him, arms wrapped around herself, her back almost touching the cold wall. Nora's eyes skip from the boarded window to the door to the floor, never settling long. "What do we do?" Jamie asks. His voice sounds strange in the empty room, as if it does not belong to him once it leaves his mouth. It echoes back in a smaller, hollow version, riding on the air. Lena steps into the center of the light, so that dust motes swirl lazily around her. She turns to face them both, her expression neutral, thoughtful, as if she is about to explain the rules of something complicated but important. "We play a game," she says. "It is called sleep." Jamie laughs, because he knows about sleep. Sleep is safe. Sleep is what happens at the end of cartoons, when parents finally say it is time and tuck blankets around you, maybe kiss your forehead if they remember. He nods quickly, eager. "How?" he says. Lena takes a step closer. Her shoes whisper against the dry boards, raising a faint little cloud that glows for a second in the light before settling. She reaches out and taps Jamie's throat lightly with 2 fingers, right where his pulse beats under thin skin. "You stand here," she says, guiding him into the center of the dusty beam. "And I stand behind you. I put my hands here." She places them gently against his neck, not quite touching yet. "Just a bit. Just pretend. You close your eyes. You stay standing as long as you can before you drop, like you fell asleep on your feet. Nora will count." Nora makes a small sound, something between a laugh and a protest. "That is stupid," she says too quickly. "What if he falls and hits his head?" "He will not," Lena says, without looking at her. "It is not far. I will catch him. It is only a game." She says it the way adults say it in Brackenwood, like a spell that makes anything acceptable. Jamie shuffles his feet, little shoes scraping on the floor, the sound a thin, nervous squeak. But he stays where she has placed him. He is 4. He has followed them here because he wants to belong, and brave kids do not back out when the rules are explained. "Okay," he says, though his voice is softer now. "Okay, I can do it." Lena moves behind him. Her hands rise, hesitating for just a moment in the air, fingers flexing as if remembering the exact distance between pretend and something else. Then she places them around his neck, thumbs resting in the hollows at the front, fingers spreading across the small muscles at the back. His skin is warm. Beneath each thumb, she can feel a tiny pulse, rapid and delicate, like the wings of a trapped insect. At first, the touch is light. Jamie giggles, shoulders hunching up against his ears. "That tickles," he says, voice bright. "Close your eyes," Lena tells him. "You have to close them, or it does not work." He obeys. His eyelashes drop, casting faint shadows on his cheeks. In the half-dark, the dust seems to drift slower, thickening around the beam of sunlight. Nora leans against the wall, biting her lower lip, eyes fixed on the back of Jamie's head. "I will count," she offers, because doing something feels safer than doing nothing. 1, 2, 3. As she counts, Lena begins to tighten her grip. Not much at first, just enough that Jamie's skin moves under her fingers, dimpling slightly. The soft beating beneath her thumbs becomes more pronounced, pressing back against her touch. His next laugh comes out thinner, sliced at the edges. "Lena," he says, still half giggling, "do not." The words crumble. The sound that replaces them is different, less sure. The air going in and out of his throat has to work a little harder now. Each inhale makes a faint, strained rasp, barely audible, but there if you are listening. Jamie swallows, and the wet click of it under pressure slides up through Lena's palms like a small secret signal. 4, 5. Nora's voice wavers. She hears it too, though she could not name it. "Lena, that is enough," she says, laughing. But the laugh is wrong. It jumps too high, then drops too low. He gets it. You can let go now. Lena's thumbs press in a fraction more. The beam of light catches the side of Jamie's face. His cheeks, flushed from climbing and excitement, begin to lose color, a faint grayness seeping in at the edges. His mouth hangs open a little, drawing in breath that does not seem to satisfy. His hands lift without him deciding to raise them, small fingers clawing at her wrists, nails scraping uselessly at her skin. The sound of his shoes scraping across the boards becomes frantic. His feet try to find more ground than there is, heels stuttering in place. The boards answer with thin, complaining creaks. The house seems to lean in, listening. "Lena." Nora is not laughing now. Her arms have unwrapped themselves, hands hovering in front of her, like she is about to step forward and then cannot quite make her legs move. "Stop it. Seriously. Stop. He cannot breathe. Stop." Her words bounce off the walls and come back hollow. Lena does not answer. Her focus is turned inward, toward the sensations under her hands. The pulse is fast now, fluttering, fluttering, the beat of something that has realized too late that it is trapped. She can feel the soft give of cartilage, the hot rush of blood just below the skin. She listens to the small, strangled sounds Jamie is making, a half cough, half whimper, each one shorter than the last. 6, 7. Nora loses the count. It falls apart in her mouth. "Let go. Lena, let him go." The room, which began full of playful noise, giggles, counting, the rustle of clothes, shifts its soundscape. The laughter has already drained away. In its place, there is only the harsh, shallow panting of a child trying to drag air past a narrowing passage, the quiet, rhythmic squeak of his shoes on the floor, and Nora's increasingly panicked pleas. Even the house seems to have stopped its usual chorus of creaks and sighs. The pigeons above are still. The distant drip sounds louder in the silence between each of Jamie's attempts to inhale. For a split second, Lena increases the pressure again, just enough to feel the exact moment when the struggling changes. Jamie's body jerks once, a small whole-body flinch like a puppet pulled too hard on its string. His fingers, which have been clawing at her wrists, loosen their grip. One hand drops to his side with a soft, boneless thump. The other hangs half raised, fingers curled in on themselves. His breath stops. Not entirely. A tiny, involuntary gasp forces its way through a second later. But the pattern has broken. There is no rhythm now, just one last, reflexive attempt at life. His knees buckle. His weight sags back against her for an instant, heavier than it should be for a body so small. This is the peak of the moment, though no one names it that. Nora takes a stumbling step forward, hand outstretched. Her heart is pounding so hard she can feel it in her throat, a mirror echo of the one Lena has just silenced. She opens her mouth to scream, but the sound sticks for a heartbeat, caught on the edge of her own terror. Lena lets go. Jamie's body pitches forward, no longer held up by her grip. He collapses to the floor in the shaft of light, arms folding under him, cheek striking one of the boards with a dull smack. Dust leaps around him in a shimmering cloud, then slowly, exquisitely slowly, begins to settle again. His face is still. His chest does not move. For a moment, the room holds its breath with him. The only sound is the distant, indifferent drip from somewhere else in the house, marking time in slow, watery ticks. A heartbeat, 2, 3, pass in this suspended quiet. Then Nora finds her voice. "Jamie," she screams, the word tearing itself out of her throat in a jagged rush. She drops to her knees beside him, hands hovering above his shoulders, too afraid to touch in case something is broken that cannot be unbroken. "Jamie, get up. Stop it. You have to stop it now. It is not funny." He does not move. His lashes lie dark against his cheeks. His lips are parted slightly, but no air passes between them. In the slanting light, the fine dust continues to float and fall, settling in a thin, delicate veil over his hair, his coat, the curve of his small ear. A single mote lands on his lower lip and stays there. Nora begins to sob, the sound raw and too loud in the dead room. She grabs his shoulder, shakes it once, twice, harder. His head lolls to the side, limp. The sight of it seems to punch the breath out of her. Her sobs break into hiccuping gasps. Behind her, Lena stands very still. Her hands hang at her sides, fingers slightly curled as if they remember the shape they just held. Her own breathing is steady, almost calm compared to the wild, panicked gulps filling the space around her. She watches Jamie lying there in the sunlight, the way the dust settles slowly onto his unmoving face, the way his small body has already begun to look less like a person and more like an object the room has claimed. The house listens. The leaking water continues its patient rhythm. Somewhere above, a pigeon shifts, sending down a faint sprinkle of plaster that joins the dust on the boy's still form. The game is over. Nobody laughs. They do not find Jamie right away. For a little while, he is just a missing child, the kind whose name is shouted down streets and across backyards as the afternoon slides into evening. Mothers lean out of doorways, calling, "Jamie! Jamie Price! Where have you got to?" Older kids are sent to check the usual places: the playground, the alley behind the shops, the patch of scrubland near the tracks. The calls carry through Brackenwood's narrow streets, thinner each time, stretched over a growing thread of worry. By the time someone thinks to look near Dovetail Lane, the light is already low. The house at the end of the lane looms a little darker than usual. It is not the first place they go. It is never the first place with houses like that. It is the place they circle around in their minds, hoping they are wrong. They find him inside, not in the upstairs room where dust still settles in the path of stale sunlight, but on the floor below, where his body has come to rest awkwardly after being moved, or perhaps after falling. There is confusion, a flurry of voices. Someone shouts for the police. Someone says not to touch him, as if that will somehow keep what has already happened from being real. The report will say what reports say when certainty is inconvenient: that Jamie Price, age 4, was found deceased in an abandoned property, that his death is suspicious, that the environment, broken floorboards, rubble, debris, could explain some of the injuries, that more investigation is needed. On the street, the words change. Terrible accident, someone says at the pub. Kids should not be allowed to run wild like that, another adds. Where were his parents? Where are anyone's parents these days? Brackenwood murmurs. It clucks its tongue. For a few days, children are walked home instead of being left to drift back on their own. Mothers glance at the end of Dovetail Lane with sharper eyes. A bunch of wilting flowers appears near the gate of the empty house, their petals browned by the cold. Life bends around the small absence Jamie leaves, then slowly reshapes itself and moves on. The night after his body is found, or perhaps the one after that, time blurs in stories like this, the way it often does in real life. Two small figures move through Brackenwood under a sky the color of smoke. Lena Crowe and Nora Bellamy keep to the edges of the streets, skirting pools of lamplight, slipping between shadows of parked cars. They are not supposed to be out. This is part of why they are. The air is cold enough to sting their fingers and noses, their breaths leaving brief ghosts that vanish almost as soon as they appear. Their destination is not the house on Dovetail Lane. It is a squat, single-story building nearer the center of the estate. Little Oak's Nursery, a daycare where toddlers and small children spend their mornings painting with their whole hands and learning how to share with varying degrees of success. By night, the painted fence and cartoon animal mural on the side wall take on a slightly surreal cast. The smiling bear looks stretched too wide. The rabbit's eyes reflect the streetlight in flat, pale discs. A side window has a faulty latch. Lena knows this. She has walked past enough times to see it rattle in the wind, to notice the way the frame does not quite close, flush with the sill. Now, with the street quiet and no one looking, she wedges her fingers under the edge and works it upward. The wood groans softly, then gives. The window opens just enough for a slim body to slide through. Inside, the nursery smells faintly of milk and cleaning fluid. The chemical lemon of disinfectant not quite covering the sour-sweet ghost of spilled juice and forgotten snacks. The heating is off. The air has a chill that magnifies the scent of plastic toys and dried paint. In the dim, everything looks slightly wrong. Tiny chairs too neatly stacked, doll cribs empty, picture books arranged in a row with their bright covers turned away from the dark. Lena, we should not be here, Nora whispers, dropping to the floor after climbing in. Her shoes land with a soft thud on the linoleum. They will know. They will see. They will not, Lena says. Nobody looks at anything properly. They move through the room, their footfalls producing small, hollow slaps on the floor. Lena reaches out and pushes over a stack of wooden blocks. They fall in a clattering cascade that sounds far too loud in the quiet. Both girls freeze for a moment, listening. No footsteps answer. No lights flick on outside. The darkness stays exactly the same. Emboldened, they do more. A tiny table is overturned, its legs banging against the floor in a jumble. Crayons roll out of a plastic cup and scatter, their waxy bodies making a dull rattling sound as they collide with each other. A box of toy cars is kicked, sending small metal bodies skidding under shelves. A baby doll loses an arm to a careless yank, the plastic limb swinging once from a real arm's grip before being dropped and left there. Nora laughs once, a short, brittle sound that whips out of her and then seems to embarrass her. She shoves a row of miniature chairs, sending them clattering to the ground in a messy pile. The noise is shocking, abrupt, but nothing comes of it except for the way her heartbeat ups its pace. It is a storm in miniature. Damage that can be tidied, chaos that can be swept into neat piles and righted by adults in the morning with a few muttered curses. It is not what they really came here for. On one wall, near the art corner, the paint is cleaner, less scarred by tiny fingerprints. This is where the staff tapes up children's drawings during the day. Crooked suns, unsteady houses, wobbly stick figures with huge smiles. Now the corkboard is half empty, ready for the next batch. Below it, the wall is a wide, pale canvas. Lena bends to pick up a crayon from the floor, a fat stick of deep red. It sits surprisingly heavy in her fingers, a tool designed to be easy for small hands to hold. She turns it once between thumb and forefinger, the paper wrapper rasping against her skin. It does not look like a confession. It looks like something you give a child to keep them busy while you try to talk on the phone. Nora is watching her now. "What are you doing?" she whispers. Lena does not answer immediately. She steps closer to the wall, the crayon poised. The smell of wax rises faintly as her fingers warm it. Behind her, the nursery's large front window rattles once in its frame as a gust of wind hits outside, making the night feel closer than it is. When she presses the crayon to the painted surface, it makes a small, squeaking sound, a tiny, rubbery protest as it leaves its color behind. The first letter is uneven, the line too thick on one side, too thin on the other. Her handwriting is still a child's, taught but not yet refined. The words that form are simple, brutally so, stripped of legal language, stripped of nuance. "We did. Jamie." The letters march across the wall in a lurching line. The D leans into the J. The second E is squashed, as if the wall is already tired of holding the truth. Or maybe that is Lena pressing harder now, the wax dragging deeper into the grain of the paint. Her small hand tightens around the crayon until her knuckles pale. Near the end of the sentence, the pressure increases so much the crayon's tip snaps, leaving a broken stub in her fist and a blunt, flattened end against the wall. The last E is filled in with multiple strokes, darker than the rest, almost carved. The room is silent except for the squeak of color and the faint hum of the refrigerator in the staff kitchenette down the hall. The smell of milk and disinfectant and wax folds together into a strange, sweet chemical fog. Nora shifts her weight, the floor ticking underfoot. "You should not write that," she says, voice very small. "What if they see?" "That is the point," Lena answers, as if explaining something obvious. "They ought to know." There's no triumph in her tone, no fear either. Just a quiet, deep conviction that this is, in its own skewed way, honest. They leave the way they came, through the side window. The pane rattles again as Lena pulls it down behind them, sealing the smell of their intrusion inside. Outside, the cold air feels sharper after the humid closeness of the nursery. Little Oaks returns to its nighttime stillness. Toys scattered, chairs overturned, a message drying in wax on the wall. Morning comes, as it always does, regardless of what happened in the dark. Staff unlock the front door, stepping into the smell of stale milk and the newer tang of disarray. There are exclamations of irritation, of disbelief. "What on earth? Bloody kids breaking in again. Look at this mess." They set to work restoring order. Chairs are lifted. Toys are scooped back into boxes. Dolly arms are reattached with impatient twists. The small disasters of the night are undone with practiced hands, their evidence piled in bins and laundry baskets. This is just one more thing to fix before parents start arriving with their toddlers, before the day's first tantrum over snack time. Then someone looks up. The writing on the wall is not the first thing they notice. It does not shout. It sits there, blunt and red and horribly casual. When they finally see it, there is a moment of silence that falls over the room like dust. A teacher's hand, mid-reach for a plastic truck, freezes. "We did, Jamie." The words are read out loud once, then again, softer. A nervous laugh bubbles up from one of the adults, startled and too loud. "What a sick joke," she says, shaking her head as if the force of her disapproval could make the letters disappear. "Kids in this estate? They think everything is funny?" Another nods, lips pressed thin. "Probably the older lads. They hear about that poor boy and decide to make sport of it. Little monsters." They stand there for a moment, staring at the confession written in colored wax, and decide what it is allowed to be. Not a statement, not evidence, not an answer. A prank. A cruel one, yes, but still, a prank. Something to be scrubbed away before the children arrive. An hour later, the crayon words lie trapped under a new coat of beige paint, still there, but invisible. The wall looks clean again. The room smells more strongly of chemicals now. In another part of town, in a house with thin walls and a cracked mirror, a girl with dark hair eats her breakfast in silence. No one asks her where she was last night. No one tells her what was written on the nursery wall. You might think, listening to this, that monsters hide, that they skulk in shadows, under beds, behind doors, that they cover their tracks and move silently through the world. Sometimes they do, but sometimes monsters do not hide what they are. They write it in colored wax where everyone can see, and still, nobody believes them. Eli Ward is smaller than most of the stories that will be told about him. He is 3 years old, built lightly, all knobby knees and thin wrists. The sort of child whose clothes always look one size too big, no matter how carefully his mother buys them. His hair is pale and fine, sticking to his forehead when he runs. His cheeks are round in a way that still belongs to babyhood, but there is a flicker of something older in his eyes, a quick, darting curiosity that pulls him toward anything new, anything moving, anything that looks like it might become an adventure. This afternoon, his adventure is a dirt lot at the edge of Brackenwood. Once, it might have been the foundation for a building that was never finished. Now, it is a sagging rectangle of packed earth and gravel, bordered by a sagging fence on one side and the back walls of terraced houses on the other. Concrete blocks are scattered across it like giant, abandoned toys. Some are stacked in uneven piles. Others lie flat, half sunk into the ground. Between them, scraps of metal glint dully, leftover rebar, twisted bits of pipe, the bent frame of what might have once been a bicycle. Eli moves through this landscape with the wide-legged determination of a toddler, stepping over small obstacles, tripping, getting up again without much fuss. His hands are dirty already, palms streaked with gray from touching the blocks, fingers closing around stones that he examines and then throws. He is not supposed to be here alone, but alone in Brackenwood is a flexible word. There are adults nearby, a man smoking on a back step, eyes on nothing in particular, a woman hanging damp laundry on a line, clothespins clacking, another figure seen only as a shape behind a greasy kitchen window. They are close enough to hear a scream, if it were loud enough, and if they were listening at the right moment. The lot has its own music, Distant traffic hums beyond the houses. A constant low backdrop, like someone whispering into a pillow. Somewhere, a dog barks in irregular bursts, its voice bouncing off brick and disappearing into narrow alleys. A loose chain on a fence clinks every time the wind nudges it, metal tapping metal in a small, repetitive rhythm. Once in a while, something shifts under the surface. A stone rolling, a bit of scrap metal dropped, making a sharp, metallic echo that seems too loud for such a little place. Eli stomps on a patch of dirt just to see the small puff of dust rise up. He is humming to himself, tuneless, copying a melody he heard from a cartoon or his mother's radio. When he spots a cluster of taller shapes at the edge of the lot, his humming stops mid-note. It is Lena Crowe and Nora Bellamy again. From a distance, they are just two older girls loitering, as older kids do. Perched on a low wall, near where the dirt meets the broken pavement, Nora swings her legs, heels thudding against the bricks with each swing, thud, 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 eyes on the ground. Lena sits more still, one foot resting on a concrete block, elbows on her knees, the wind tugging at the ends of her dark hair. They have been watching him for a while, not openly, just enough to track his path through the lot, the way he navigates between the obstacles, the way he glances occasionally toward the sound of the road, toward the rows of houses, and then back to his game. He is unaccompanied in the way that matters. There is no hand holding his, no grown-up voice calling his name every few minutes. Eli sees them now and brightens. Older kids mean possibility. He changes direction, his feet scuffing little arcs in the dirt, small stones scattering. As he comes closer, the other, softer sounds of the world seem to stretch out. The dogs bark, the chains clink, the far-off rumble of a lorry, all of them flattening into a background hum that makes the quiet between words stand out more. "Hi," he says, stopping a few feet away, looking up. His voice has the particular clarity of children's speech, each syllable pushed out with effort. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Nora mutters, picking at a loose thread on her sleeve, not quite meeting his eyes. "Just sitting." Lena tilts her head, studying him. He looks back, open and unguarded, the way children do before they learn why they should not be. His coat buttons are uneven. One is done up through the wrong hole, making the fabric pull strangely across his chest. If anyone had bothered to straighten it, they are not here now. "You are Eli, aren't you?" Lena says. Her voice is soft, almost kind. She has seen him before, heard his name shouted from doorways, when tea is ready, or when he has wandered too far. In Brackenwood, everyone knows a little of everyone. He nods, pleased to be recognized. "Yeah, who are you?" "Lena, this is Nora." She gestures with a small tilt of her chin. Nora gives a half-hearted wave and looks away again. Her eyes keep flicking to the houses, to the man smoking, to the woman with the laundry, counting perhaps how many witnesses there really are and how much they are paying attention. "We are going to the fort," Lena says, as if this is already decided and they are simply informing him of it. "Do you want to come?" "Fort?" Eli's eyes widen. The word lands in his brain like a spark on dry tinder. Forts are something from stories and picture books, from pillow piles in living rooms and cardboard boxes in hallways. The idea of a real one, somewhere out here, is too big to understand and too tempting to resist. "Secret fort?" Lena adds, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Only special people are allowed. You cannot tell anyone. That is the rule." He takes a tiny step closer, without meaning to. The chain on the fence clinks again behind him, as if marking that small movement. The man on the back step grinds his cigarette out on the brick and goes inside, closing the door with a soft, final click. The woman at the line shakes out a sheet, the fabric snapping in the air, then pins it, her focus on the damp cloth instead of on the child in the lot. "Where is it?" Eli asks. Lena points, but not toward the playground or the street. She points toward the farther edge of the lot, where the concrete blocks are piled higher, where the ground dips slightly, forming a shallow trench half full of shadows. Beyond that, a broken section of fence leans away from a scrubby strip of land between buildings, a no-man's land of discarded rubbish, brambles, and whatever else the estate has decided it does not want to look at. "Over there," she says. "We built it, me and Nora. We can show you. We have a tunnel and a lookout. You will like it." The words are stitched with careful, deliberate detail, just enough to make the picture real in his mind. A tunnel he can crawl through, a lookout he can climb, a secret place where older kids might let him belong. He can almost see it, a den of old wood propped against blocks, a hole just his size. His heart flutters in his chest with excited, nervous little beats. "I am not allowed," he says, because some part of him has absorbed the rules spoken over and around him. "Mom said I have to stay by the fence." "We will not go far," Lena replies. "You can still see the lot from there. It is not a way away, just a bit over. We will bring you back." She will not even know. The way she says it, the smoothness, the calm, smooths out the ripples of his worry. He glances around for his mother. She is not there. There is only the woman with the laundry, now turned away, pushing a basket back through the doorway with her hip, and the stretch of fence humming faintly when the wind brushes it. No one is calling his name. No one is correcting him. For a small child, silence from adults often feels like permission. Behind Lena, Nora shifts again, the toe of her shoe kicking a stone that skitters across the dirt and taps against a concrete block with a small ringing ping. She rubs her arms as if she is cold, though the air is no colder than it always is here. "Come on then," Lena says, "if you are brave." Brave is a hook she has used before. It settles into Eli's mind and pulls. He nods, more firmly this time, and steps toward her. She turns, sliding off the wall with a soft thud, and leads the way into the maze of blocks. He follows close, his shoes making short, scrunching sounds on gravel and broken bits of brick. Nora lingers a second longer, glancing once toward the back door, where the smoker disappeared, then toward the upper windows of the houses. Every pane she sees shows nothing but curtains and reflections. In another life, in another story, someone might look out right then. A mother wiping her hands on a towel, a man checking the weather, anyone who happens to glance down at the lot at the exact moment a small boy follows two older girls toward a part of the estate nobody cares about. They might see the direction they are heading, the purpose in the older girl's stride, the slight hesitation in the younger ones. They might shout, "Hey, you three, get away from there." They might break the line that has already started to draw itself, but the window stays blank. The doors stay shut. The afternoon goes on, tipping toward evening, the lights softening, shadows from the concrete blocks stretching longer across the dirt like fingers reaching. The sounds of the world keep playing their indifferent tune. The rattle of the loose chain, the bark of a dog, now farther away, the murmur of traffic, constant and uncaring. Eli disappears a little at a time, not with a scream or a vanishing act, but with the small, ordinary choices no one notices. One step past the fence, one step deeper into the lot, one step over the broken place in the ground. By the time anyone thinks to ask where he has got to, the secret fort will already have closed around him like a mouth. They start looking for Eli when the light is already wrong. At first, it is the casual kind of looking people do when a child is late but not yet missing. A mother leans out of a doorway, dishcloth in hand, calling his name down the row of houses. A neighbor pokes her head over a fence, scanning the yard next door, the alley beyond. Someone says they saw him in the lot earlier, playing by the concrete blocks. Someone else says they are sure they saw him near the shop. The story stretches and splits. He was here. He was there. He will show up in a minute. Minutes pass. The sky sinks from gray to a darker, deeper shade. The clouds starting to look less like weather and more like a lid closing over the estate. The dirt lot at the edge of Brackenwood grows colder as the sun slides behind the rows of terraces. The wind picks up, snapping at loose bits of plastic and paper caught in the fence. Soon, the searching is no longer casual. Voices sharpen. Corners are checked twice, then 3 times. Backyards, stairwells, the lobby of the tower block, under staircases, behind bins. Children are asked when they last saw him. Their answers are vague, stitched together from half-attended moments. He was throwing rocks. He was near the fence. He was with, I do not know, just with people. When Eli's mother reaches the lot, her breath is already ragged, not from distance, but from the effort of pushing back a thought she will not name yet. She calls his name until it frays. Eli! Eli! The sound bounces off concrete blocks and comes back to her thinner, almost mocking. Police arrive not long after. Brackenwood has seen enough of them for the novelty to have worn off. Their cars pull up with a low growl, lights spinning in colors that look wrong against the estate's tired brick. Officers step out, radios crackling low on their shoulders, boots stepping onto gravel with a crunch that feels heavier than civilian footfalls. They fan out through the lot under the fading light, high visibility jackets, bright against the dull browns and grays. One directs neighbors back, forming a loose, shuffling barrier of anxious faces at the edge of the rough ground. Someone brings Eli's mother to the van, tells her to sit, to breathe, to wait. She does not want to sit. She wants to walk every inch of the earth herself. Her voice is hoarse now, her words turning into dry sobs. The search is systematic, in theory. In practice, it is as messy and human as the lot itself. An officer steps between 2 heavy concrete blocks, shining a torch into the narrow gap. The beam reveals nothing but dirt, a crushed can, a strip of old cloth. Another sweeps along the fence line, the chain rattling under their hand as they test for weak spots. The clink of metal on metal is sharp in the cold air. Somewhere, a radio spits out a burst of static and a call sign, then quiets. It is one of the younger officers who sees him first, maybe because he is closer to the ground already, tired and hunched from bending to look under things. Maybe because his torch angle catches the exact place where the shadows are a little too solid. He steps sideways between 2 larger blocks, his boot sliding slightly on loose gravel. The light cuts through the narrow space and stops. Here, he says, but his voice does not carry. It comes out as more of an exhale than a shout. He clears his throat and tries again, louder. Here. The word ripples across the lot. Heads turn. Radios flare up with clipped repeats. They have something, as officers converge on the spot. The older detective in charge pushes through, one hand out for balance on a concrete edge, the other holding his torch steady. Eli lies in the cramped space between two blocks, like something put away and forgotten. His small body is twisted a little, an arm caught awkwardly under him, one leg bent. His coat has been pulled open, buttons undone or torn, exposing a skinny torso that never had time to thicken with the years. His cheeks, once round, are slack now. His hair is mussed, dust clinging to the fine strands. The torchlight falls across his neck first. Even in the harsh white beam, the marks are visible, faint bruising around the soft column of his throat, darker in places, in the shape of fingers that were too small to belong to any of the officers standing around him. The skin looks smudged, discolored in a way that speaks of pressure applied and life pushed out. There is no dramatic wound, no slice or gash. The violence here was quiet, intimate. Someone swears under their breath. Someone else whispers a prayer too low to catch the words. The detective's gaze moves down, following the light. Eli's shirt has been pushed up, bunched under his arms. On the pale, childish curve of his bare abdomen, there is a mark that should not be there. At first glance, it looks like a clumsy scratch, a single letter scored into the skin. The lines are not smooth. They start and stop, overlap, showing hesitation, correction. It is an N, crooked and uneven. Or it was. Closer inspection reveals that someone has gone back over it, altering the shape. A new line extends from one side, changing the letter's meaning with a few extra strokes. Now, crudely, unmistakably, it reads as an M instead. The skin around it is reddened, irritated, as if the instrument used was dull, dragged rather than cut. Tiny beads of dried blood dot the grooves, no longer bright, just dark flecks in the torchlight. Around his small body, the ground tells its own story. A razor blade lies half buried in the dirt near his hip, its edge dulled by rust, but still keen enough to bite. A pair of small rusted scissors rests nearby, one loop of the handle broken so that it would dig into the fingers of anyone trying to use it. These are not clean tools from a surgical kit. They are the scavenged implements of a child's world, taken from kitchen drawers, from sewing baskets, from wherever little hands could reach. The officers move with a constrained sort of urgency now, the kind that comes from knowing it is already too late for the person on the ground, but not too late for the story that will be told about what happened to him. Radios buzz with sharper instructions. Get the tape. Call the scene of crime unit. Keep people back. The murmur of police radios layers over the soundscape of the estate, forming a new, uneasy harmony with the distant traffic and the dog that has started barking again somewhere much too far away to be useful. From the edge of the lot, there is a sound you do not need a uniform to recognize. Eli's mother, who has resisted being kept at the van, sees the cluster of officers, sees the way their bodies close in rather than move aside, and understands faster than anyone could tell her. The scream that tears out of her is not a word at first. It is a raw, ripping sound, like fabric being torn down the middle. By the time it shapes itself into his name, it is already too late. Eli. The sound carries. It bounces off the blocks, the fence, the backs of the houses. It enters windows it was not meant for. Someone on a nearby street pauses, hand on their own child's shoulder, and feels a chill they will not be able to explain later. The detective in charge closes his eyes for a brief second, then opens them again. He has seen dead bodies before, Many of them. Adults, usually. Men whose lives were tied up with knives and debts and bottles. This is different, and the difference is a weight that settles on his shoulders like wet cloth. He crouches beside the gap, careful not to disturb more than necessary. His knees protest. He ignores them. He studies the marks on the neck, the strange, almost childish carving on the belly, the placement of the discarded tools. "Look at the bruising," he says quietly to the officer nearest him, keeping his voice low. "You see that? Fingers. Not a cord, not a belt. Hands." The younger officer nods, throat working. His torch trembles just enough to make the light flicker. "And the depth on those cuts," the detective continues. Hesitant, not much strength behind them. He glances up briefly at the height of the blocks around them, at the angle from which someone would have had to lean over a body this small to do this. "I do not think this was a grown man." "You mean?" The officer cannot quite finish the sentence. "I mean," the detective says, very quietly, "whoever did this is not much bigger than he is. The strength, the angle, it looks child-sized." The words feel obscene in the air, wrong in a way the estate does not yet have language for. The idea of it hangs there, vibrating between the men, between the crackle of radios and the distant, relentless sobbing from the edge of the tape. There is a spike of tension as more officers crowd in, as the photographer arrives and begins to document the scene. The cameras shutter, clicking in quick, efficient bursts. Each click is another nail hammered into the coffin of whatever story the community will try to tell itself to make this bearable. He fell. He got trapped. He should not have been playing there. The light continues to fade. Someone brings portable lamps, bathing the area in harsh, artificial brightness that washes the world of its usual colors. Eli's skin looks almost gray-blue now under the bulbs, his hair a pale, dusty halo against the rough ground. The carved letter on his belly stands out starkly, stubbornly refusing to be anything but what it is. After the flurry of activity comes the inevitable drop. The body is finally lifted, small and terribly light in the gloved hands that take him away. The space he occupied between the concrete blocks is suddenly, violently empty. Gravel shifts under boots, filling in impressions. A piece of rusted metal is nudged aside. The razor and scissors are collected in plastic bags, labeled, sealed. The lot falls quiet in its way. The radios go down to a low hum. The dog stops barking. The chain on the fence swings once in a lazy arc, then comes to rest. The officer's voices lower, absorbed by the growing dark. The crowd at the edge of the tape has thinned, people drifting back to their own houses where lights flick on and curtains are drawn with a decisive swish. There is nothing more to see, they tell themselves. Nothing more they can do. In the heavy, numb hush that follows, the dirt remembers the shape of the boy who lay between the blocks. The concrete remembers bearing the weight of small knees, of small hands, of the moment when a game became something else and did not know how to turn back. In the days after Eli Ward is pulled from between the concrete blocks, Brackenwood feels smaller. The lot is no longer just a place to cut across or a shortcut home. It is a wound people walk around carefully, eyes sliding past the tape, conversations faltering whenever they get too close to saying what everyone is thinking. The police decide the answers they are not getting from adults might be hiding in smaller mouths. It starts quietly. No sirens, no flashing lights. Officers knock on doors in pairs, their uniforms damp with the mist that never really leaves the air here. They ask to speak to the children who were seen in the lot that week, at the playground, near Dovetail Lane. They use words like routine questions and just to help us understand. Parents, restless and afraid, call their sons and daughters into front rooms, their names sharper than usual. Some of the interviews happen in kitchens that smell of boiled potatoes and cigarette smoke. Some happen in cramped sitting rooms with rented furniture, where the TV mutters in the background and siblings sit stiff on the edge of the sofa. But two of the children, Lena Crowe and Nora Bellamy, are taken to the station. The interview room is not large. Its walls are painted a color that might once have been cream, now dulled by years of scuffs and the invisible weight of words spoken inside them. A square table sits in the center, its surface scarred with faint scratches, ringed by mismatched chairs. On one wall, a clock ticks steadily, its hands dragging time forward no matter how much its occupants wish it would stop. The sound is small but relentless. Tick, 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 sewing seconds together into a seam. When Nora sits in the hard plastic chair, her feet do not quite reach the floor. They swing slightly, the soles of her shoes brushing the underside of the table with soft, repetitive bumps. Her hands twist in her lap, fingers worrying at a loose thread on her cuff until it comes free. A tiny gray worm of cotton that she winds around and around one finger until the tip pales. Across from her, an officer writes. The scratch of his pencil on paper is louder in the quiet than it should be. His questions are simple on the surface. Did you see Eli that day? Where was he? Who was he with? Her answers are less simple. Maybe he was near the fence, or the lot. I think he was with some of the lads. Which lads, Nora? I do not know. I forget. Her voice keeps changing speed. Sometimes she rushes, words tumbling over each other in her hurry to get them out. Sometimes she stalls, chewing on syllables as if they are too big to swallow. Her eyes dart to the door, the ceiling, the officer's hands, anywhere but straight ahead. You and Lena? The officer says, more gently now. Did you talk to him? She hesitates. It is visible, a full body flinch. Her shoulders hunch. Her fingers tighten around the thread so hard it snaps, leaving a faint red groove in her skin. He was there, she says. We just said hi. We did not do nothing. The officer notes the double negative without comment. The pencil moves again, lines forming under his hand. Tick, says the clock. Indifferent. Tick. In another room down the corridor, Lena Crowe sits in her own too-big chair. Her sweater is slightly oversized, sleeves pushed up to her elbows in uneven folds. When she moves, the fabric makes a faint rustling sound, cotton against wood, the whisper of someone rearranging themselves without quite needing to. Her feet, unlike Nora's, are still. She sits straight-backed, hands resting on the table, fingers interlaced neatly. The officer assigned to her, an older man with a face lined by both years and weather, asks similar questions. Did you see Eli Ward the day he went missing? Yes, Lena says. He was in the lot. Her voice is calm, not flat, not defiant. Calm, as if she is stating the time or the weather. Were you with him? For a bit. Me and Nora. We talked, then we left. Her eyes meet his when she speaks. They do not skitter away. They do not challenge. They simply hold, as if he is the one being examined. The pencil scratches across another sheet of paper. Somewhere behind the wall, footsteps pass, the muffled thud of shoes on linoleum. The door opens and closes with a soft thump. The clock ticks. Can you tell me what you did in the lot? He asks. We played, Lena answers. Walked around, looked at the blocks. It is boring there. There's nothing. He waits, letting the silence after her answer stretch just enough to see if she will fill it. Many children will rush to fill silence, afraid of what it implies. Lena does not. She simply breathes evenly, her fingers flexing once and then stilling. "What about the house on Dovetail Lane?" he asks, watching her carefully now. "Have you ever been inside?" Her gaze flicks away for the first time, not far, just to his hand, to the pencil, to the way it pauses above the page, and then returns. "Everyone goes there," she says. "Kids dare each other. It is just a house. Empty." "Did you go there with Eli?" She tilts her head, as if this is an interesting angle on the question. "I do not remember," she says. "Maybe. He follows people. He is little." The way she says "is" catches him. Present tense, out of habit, or something else? He makes a note of it. The pencil's point digs a little deeper into the paper, leaving a darker groove. They circle like this for a while. He asks. She answers. Her story overlaps with Nora's in places. The lot, the conversation, the presence of concrete blocks under a dull sky. But where Nora's recollection stutters and blurs at the edges, Lena's is smooth. Too smooth, perhaps. Details arrive only when asked for, but when they come, they are precise. What was he wearing? A yellow jumper, with a picture of a train. The cuff was dirty on one sleeve. How was the weather? Cloudy, but it did not rain. If there are gaps, she hides them well. Where Nora contradicts herself, Lena corrects tiny things. Not big, defensive shifts, but small, almost helpful adjustments. "No, it was not Monday," she says when the officer mixes up a date on purpose. "It was Tuesday. We had chips that night. Mom burned them." She volunteers this with a faint, crooked smile, as if sharing a joke at her mother's expense. The officer, wary of being charmed by anything in this room, feels a prickle at the back of his neck. Then there are the moments that do not fit the pattern of a frightened child at all. When he asks, clinically, about the marks on Eli's neck, she leans forward a fraction. "He could not breathe then," she says, not as a question. If they push there, on the soft bit, how long would it take for someone to die like that? The way she frames it, someone, not him, makes the question feel larger than the boy they found. It lands in the air between them and sits there, heavy. "That is not something you need to worry about," he says automatically, the adult phrase dry on his tongue. "I am not worried," Lena replies. "I am just asking." When he mentions, carefully, the letter carved into Eli's skin, she does something so small that it could be missed if he were not watching closely. Her mouth twitches at one corner. Not a full smile, not even half, just a slight lift, there and gone. "Was it really there?" she asks. "A letter? On his tummy?" "You have not been told that," he says. "How do you know?" "People talk," she says. "They say things. They said there was something cut in, like a message." Her eyes brighten slightly. "What letter was it?" He does not answer. The pencil tip breaks with a tiny snap, leaving a small black fragment on the page. He sets it aside, reaches for another. The faint, gritty sound of the broken tip being brushed away seems suddenly very loud. Down the corridor, Nora's interview begins to fray. She tells them she and Lena left Eli in the lot and went straight home. Later, she says they might have gone via another street. She insists she did not go near the Dovetail house. Then, under gentle but persistent questioning, she admits she, maybe, went as far as the gate. Her feet keep moving, scraping the floor under her chair. Her hands rub at her eyes, leaving smudges. "Did you see Eli at the house?" an officer asks, patient. "No, I do not. We did not." She inhales sharply, like someone swallowing back more than tears. "I do not remember." But she does. They can see it in the way her shoulders hitch, in the way her voice turns thin as paper. Memory sits inside her like something sharp she has learned not to touch too often. The officers compare notes later, in a room that smells of coffee gone cold. Their notebooks lie open on the table, filled with lines of cramped handwriting. The clock ticks here too, unbothered by what any of this means. Nora is all over the place, one says. She is scared of her own shadow. Scared of Lena, more like, another mutters. They go through the accounts line by line. Where Nora says, "We just talked," Lena says, "We were playing near the blocks." Where Nora denies going up Dovetail Lane, Lena shrugs and says, "Everyone does, sometimes." And threaded through Lena's answers are those small, cold details. The interest in the mechanics of strangling, the curiosity about the letter on the boy's skin, the way she never once asks, "Is he going to be okay?" Because she already knows he is not. Somewhere, between the scratch of pens and the low murmur of voices, the shape of it solidifies. Both girls were there. Both were close enough to Eli that his last hours brush against their stories like sleeves touching in a doorway. But the pull, the direction, the force that took him from a dirt lot full of people to a narrow grave of concrete and rust, that seems to run more strongly through one of them. In a town full of rough men and broken glass, the most dangerous pair of hands in Brackenwood belonged to an 11-year-old girl. By December 1968, Northport has learned how to be cold in more ways than one. Outside the courthouse, the air bites at exposed skin, turning breaths into pale ghosts that vanish as quickly as they appear. The building itself looms over the street, all stone and straight lines, its steps worn down by generations of shoes. Gargoyles and carved flourishes that once meant grandeur now look more like warning signs. People gather at the bottom of the stairs in huddles, collars turned up, voices low. Inside, the courtroom is a different kind of cold. The heat is on, technically. The radiators tick and hiss along the walls, but the space swallows warmth the way it swallows sound. Wood-paneled walls rise all around, dark and glossy, smelling faintly of polish and something older. The trapped breath of decades of arguments and verdicts. The ceiling is high enough to make everyone feel smaller. Light filters in through tall, narrow windows, then mingles with the yellow burn of hanging lamps so that nobody can tell what time of day it really is once they sit down. The benches are filled early. Journalists occupy the first rows, notebooks ready, pens already in motion as if the story has started before the judge even enters. Some have cameras slung around their necks. Others have photographers hovering behind them, fingers resting on shutters. Every now and then, there is a small, staccato, click, click, as someone tests the angle, the focus, the mood. Behind them, locals settle in. Men in worn coats, women in their best winter dresses, mothers clutching handbags so tightly the leather creaks. Many do not know exactly why they came. They will say later it was to see justice, or because it is history, isn't it? But beneath those reasons lies something simpler, darker. A need to stare directly at the thing they have been whispering about in kitchens and streets and pubs, to see her. Along the back wall, police officers stand with their hands clasped behind them, faces set in the careful blankness they wear on duty. Even so, some shift their weight more than necessary, eyes flicking to the dock, to the press, to the door. Everyone in this room has heard about children fighting, about kids nicking sweets from shops, about rough play gone wrong. But this is different. This is a trial for murder, and the accused is 11 years old. The soundscape of the room feels like something alive, a low murmur of whispers, rising and falling in waves. The rustle of legal robes as barristers shift at their tables, black cloth sliding against wood. The occasional thump of a heavy book being placed down, pages fanned open. Above it all, the clock's slow tick and the faint, steady hum of old building pipes. Then, with a door opening at the side and a bailiff's announcement, the noise flattens almost instantly. All rise. Chairs scrape back, clothes rustle, bodies straighten. The judge enters in scarlet robes and wig, his footsteps echoing in the high room. He looks like something from another century that has wandered accidentally into this one. An old ritual summoned to deal with a nightmare nobody has rehearsed for. He takes his seat. The gavel comes down once, a single, sharp crack that sticks in the air. You could think of this room as a machine, built to sort stories into true and false, into guilty and not. But today, it feels more like a theater. Everyone has a part. Everyone has lines. The judge is the distant, tired director. The lawyers are lead actors, voices trained to fill the room. The jury is the audience that matters most. The press is the audience that matters next. And in the center of it all is the strangest casting choice of all. A child in the role usually reserved for monsters. They bring Lena Crowe in through a side door. She appears smaller than the stories that have grown around her. Her clothes are oversized, a dark cardigan that hangs too low on her wrists, a skirt that brushes the tops of her scuffed shoes. Her hair is pulled back in a rough tail, a few strands escaping to stick to her cheeks. In the dock, the seat is just high enough that her feet barely reach the floor. They hover for a moment, then settle on toe tips, heels raised like she is poised to stand. There is a flurry of camera clicks as she enters, a series of tiny explosions of light from flashbulbs that catch in her dark eyes. She blinks, once, slowly. Her expression is not what many in the room expect. There are no tears, no visible defiance, no wildness. She looks around with a sort of measuring calm, taking in the judge, the jury, the barristers, the rows of faces, like a child surveying a classroom on the first day of school. If this is a play, Lena is its quiet center. Around her, adults circle, arguing not about what she did, though that is part of it, but about what she is. The defense will talk about environment, trauma, neglect. They will describe her not as evil, but as damaged, a symptom of something larger and uglier than any one person. The prosecution will lay out evidence, speak of deliberate acts, patterns, choices. They will use words like dangerous, like uncontrollable. Between them lies the question that nobody will ask directly, but everyone can feel pressing at the room's walls. Can a child be a monster, or is she only what the adults around her have made? Early in the proceedings, the trial feels almost procedural, as if this is just another case, just another file. Witnesses are called to describe Jamie Price and Eli Ward as they were before they became headlines. Jamie's mother speaks first, voice tight with grief, describing a 4-year-old who loved toy cars and asked too many questions at bedtime. From the back, You can hear the scratch of reporters' pens catching phrases like trusting by default, like followed the bigger kids everywhere. The prosecutor nods solemnly, guiding her through the memory until she reaches the point where her voice breaks and she can no longer continue. Eli's father follows, jaw clenched, hands opening and closing against the rail of the witness box. He does not say much. He does not have to. His silence is its own testimony. Then comes the evidence. The part of the story that has already been told in whispers, now wrapped in formal language and unpacked under heavy lighting. An officer describes the abandoned house on Dovetail Lane, empty but not harmless. How Jamie's body was found, the position, the bruising on his neck. He avoids language that is too graphic, but even the sanitized version leaches color from the room. The letters carved into Eli Ward's skin are mentioned in low, measured tones. First the N, then the altered M. It appeared, the officer says, eyes on his notes, that the initial letter was changed, as if someone wanted it to mean something else, or wanted to point toward a different person. There is a small stir in the public gallery. The jurors shift in their seats. The judge's gavel taps once, not a full strike, just a warning against noise. Then the writing on the nursery wall is brought up. A staff member from Little Oak's nursery sits stiff in the witness box, fingers knotted together. The words were in red crayon, she says, large, uneven. It said, "We did Jamie. We thought it was a prank, a sick one. We painted over it." Her eyes flick briefly, almost involuntarily, toward the doc. Who wrote it becomes one of the trial's central questions, even though many in the room already have theories. The prosecution suggests that only someone who knew what happened could have written it, and that the phrasing, childish, blunt, points toward children. The defense counters that, in a town like Brackenwood, details leak, stories warp, and any bored teenager could have turned gossip into graffiti. As each witness speaks, the courtroom alternates between murmur and hush, like breath drawn in and let out. The rustle of robes as barristers rise and sit, the low thud of files being opened, the occasional cough from the gallery, all of it weaves into a backdrop against which the real horror is not in the words themselves, but in the fact that they are being applied to someone who cannot yet buy a bus ticket without help. From the dock, Lena listens. Sometimes her gaze drops to her hands, to the thin fingers folded in her lap. Sometimes she looks straight ahead, eyes steady on whoever is speaking. When Jamie's name is mentioned, she does not flinch. When Eli's father's voice cracks, something flickers in her eyes. But it is hard to say whether it is regret, discomfort, or simply recognition that this is one of the parts where the adults in the room feel things they cannot quite manage. The narrator, the one telling you this now, cannot reach inside her head. There are no thought bubbles here, no comfortable labels. All we have is what everyone else has: a cold room, a small girl in oversized clothes, and a group of adults arguing over whether she knew what she was doing when she wrapped her hands around soft throats. This is the first act of the trial, the careful laying out of the stage. Bodies found, messages written, letters carved, stories that do not match. Outside, winter presses against the windows, frost forming invisible patterns in the corners. Inside, December ticks forward 1 second at a time, each one bringing the town closer to an answer it is not sure it wants. On the second week of the trial, the monsters in the room stop being the ones everyone whispers about and start being the ones described in neat clinical sentences. The psychiatrists arrive without drama. They do not look like the villains from films. They look like teachers, or accountants, or the sort of men you might see on the bus with a folded newspaper and a thermos, tweed jackets, spectacles, neat hair. They carry slim briefcases holding bulkier things than paper, opinions that will shape how the court is allowed to talk about an 11-year-old girl. When the first doctor takes the stand, the courtroom sound shifts. The murmur dies down into a more focused silence, the kind people make when they sense that something important is about to be named. The clock ticks once, twice, 3 times. A barrister stands, gown whispering, and begins the slow, practiced dance of questions. "Doctor, you have had the opportunity to examine the defendant, Lena Crowe?" "Yes," the man replies, his voice even. "On several occasions." He explains, in careful steps, how he met Lena in a small room at the secure unit, how he spoke with her, observed her, tested her. His words fall into the air smoothly, each one coded in years of professional distance. "Would you describe your findings for the court?" He nods, folds his hands, and begins. What follows is clinical language dropped into thick air. He speaks of serious personality disturbance, of a pattern of behavior that suggests extreme difficulties in forming emotional attachment. His tone does not rise. He does not dramatize. He does not have to. The phrases themselves are enough. He uses the term psychopathic traits, once almost reluctantly, as if laying a match on the floor and trusting others to decide whether to strike it. The word hangs there, bright and ugly, and you can feel it land on the people sitting in the gallery, on the jury, on the reporters' notepads. Pens scratch faster. Somewhere in the back, someone inhales sharply, then stifles the sound. He talks about Lena's lack of empathy, not as a moral failure, but as a missing piece. How, when discussing the deaths of Jamie and Eli, she did not express spontaneous remorse. How she could describe the events in detail without her voice shaking, without avoiding eye contact. When asked how she felt, he says, her responses were either superficial or focused on the consequences for herself rather than on the suffering of others. Did she seem to understand that death is permanent? The barrister asks. Yes, the doctor says quietly. Very much so. As he speaks, Lena sits in the dock, watching. Her back is straight. Her hands rest on the wooden rail, fingers spread. Every so often, she begins to tap her fingers softly, one after the other, a quiet rhythm. Index, middle, ring, little, thumb. It is not loud enough to carry far, but the officer standing nearest her hears it and feels a strange itch along his spine, as if the sound is counting something down. She listens to the doctor describe her as if she is not in the room at all, as if she is a case study, a cluster of symptoms, a collection of test results and interview quotes. Her face is almost blank but not empty. There is a flicker of curiosity there, the way someone might regard a mirror that shows them from an unfamiliar angle. Another psychiatrist follows, a woman this time, with sharp cheekbones and a voice that clips its consonants cleanly. She uses slightly different words: severe emotional disturbance, marked callousness, manipulative behavior, but the shape of what she is saying is the same. She presents as superficially charming at times, the woman explains. She can be engaging, even endearing in short bursts. But there is an underlying pattern of using this to control situations and people around her. When challenged, she does not show typical signs of shame or guilt. She recounts, almost clinically, how Lena discussed the sleeping game at the playground, the way she described placing her hands on another child's throat as an experiment, how she asked the doctor in one session whether animals feel it the same way as people when they stop breathing. "Did she ask you that spontaneously?" the prosecutor asks. "Yes," the psychiatrist answers. "The question was not prompted by me. It arose when she was describing how quiet the world becomes when someone stops moving." The phrase slides through the courtroom like a draft. Lena's fingers stop tapping for a moment. She tilts her head slightly, as if considering whether she agrees with that characterization. In the gallery, a woman pulls her handbag closer to her chest without noticing she has done it. A man shifts, the wooden bench creaking under his weight. The emotional spike in the room comes when the prosecutor asks the question everyone has been tiptoeing around. "In your professional opinion," he says, "is the defendant dangerous?" The first doctor does not answer right away. He looks at his notes, though he does not need to. The silence stretches, tight as wire. The clock ticks again. "Yes," he says at last. "She poses a significant risk to other children, particularly younger ones. Her pattern of behavior suggests a tendency to seek out vulnerable individuals and to harm them, without clear provocation and without appropriate emotional response afterward." "And her apparent lack of remorse?" the prosecutor presses. "Consistent," the doctor says, "with what we would consider early psychopathic development." There it is again. Psychopathic, applied to someone whose feet still do not reach the floor when she sits. In the seats behind, people react physically to the word. Shoulders tense, mouths tighten. It is one thing to think of a child as troubled or disturbed. It is another to hear her described, with professional simplicity, as something that adults have been taught to fear in films and headlines. The defense, when their turn comes, pushes back with equal intensity, if not equal force. They ask about Lena's upbringing, the neglect, the abuse, the bathwater hands pushing her under, the balcony rail, the nights alone listening to violence through thin walls. They talk about trauma, about how a brain shaped in the constant presence of threat might learn to see other people as objects to be tested, controlled, silenced. "Is it not possible," the defense barrister asks, "that what you are describing as psychopathic traits are actually the scars of a child who has never been properly loved? That her lack of apparent remorse is a defense mechanism, not an absence of feeling?" The doctors concede that environment plays a role. Of course it does. No one builds themselves from scratch. They speak of nature and nurture, of tangled roots. But the words that have already landed in the room, dangerous, no remorse, psychopathic, do not evaporate just because others are added beside them. While the experts argue over her inner landscape, Nora Bellamy sits on a bench at the side, waiting for her turn under this kind of light. When she returns to the witness box, she is smaller than before. Not in height, but in presence. The defense paints her as suggestible, easily led, a girl pulled into events she did not fully understand by a stronger, colder personality. Teachers testify that she was anxious, prone to tears, desperate to please. Neighbors say she clung to Lena in the yard the way a leaf clings to a stronger branch in wind. A child psychologist describes Nora as vulnerable to influence, as someone who might follow a friend into darkness without realizing how far they had gone until it was too late. The jury is invited to see her less as an accomplice and more as a shadow. Over days, an image forms in the collective mind of the court. Two girls standing over smaller bodies, but only one of them with her hands firmly on the throat. The other stands to the side, shaking, saying stop, and not being heard. It is a simplification. All trial narratives are. But it is one the jury can hold. By the time the judge instructs them on the charges, it is clear in the currents of the room that Nora will be acquitted. She will walk out with a record of having been here, with a name people will remember for the wrong reasons, but without the weight of a life sentence. Hurt, haunted, but not caged. Lena's future, on the other hand, is being drawn in slow, careful strokes by people who use words like psychopathic traits and severe risk in voices that never crack. And here is where the story dips, where the horror slackens into something heavier. Because for all the talk of monsters and danger and traits and disorders, if you strip away the terminology and the ritual, you are left with a child sitting on a wooden bench. Her legs are still a little too short. Her hands are still small. Her face is still young enough that in different clothes, in a different room, she could pass for any schoolgirl caught daydreaming in class. The narrator, the voice walking you through this, will not tell you she is secretly innocent. She is not. You have walked with her into the house on Dovetail Lane, into the lot, into the nursery. You know where her hands have been. You have seen what she did when she thought no one was looking. But it is one thing to imagine a monster under the bed. It is another to watch a row of educated adults calmly explain that the monster in question is 11, has a favorite color, and taps her fingers when she is bored. The room breathes in, breathes out. The clock keeps ticking. Outside, December presses its cold face against the courthouse windows. Inside, the theater of justice continues, trying to decide what to do with a girl who fits none of its old scripts and too many of its nightmares. When the jury files back in, the courtroom forgets how to breathe for a moment. Chairs creak as people lean forward. Wool coats whisper against each other. Somewhere near the back, a nervous cough tries and fails to disguise itself. The jurors take their seats with the slow, deliberate solemnity of people who know that, for once, every eye in the room is on them and not on the girl in the dock. The clock ticks above the door. Tick, tick, tick. It sounds louder now, like it is counting down to something rather than merely keeping time. Lena Crowe sits where she has sat for days, small in the wooden dock, hands folded. Her feet do not reach the floor. They never have. An officer stands just behind her shoulder, his presence a quiet reminder that this is not a school assembly, not a play. The light from the high windows has gone dull and gray. December, pressing in from outside. Members of the jury, the judge says, his voice carrying easily in the heavy air. Have you reached a verdict upon which you are all agreed? The foreman stands. He is an ordinary man in an ordinary suit, but right now he has the power to tilt the world. His fingers tighten briefly on the rail in front of him, knuckles pale. We have, he says. The prosecutor's pen is poised, its tip hovering just above paper. The defense barrister stares straight ahead, jaw clenched. In the gallery, a woman wraps both hands around the handle of her handbag, leather creaking. Another presses a crumpled tissue to her mouth. The room hums with a silence that feels louder than any noise. On the charge of murder of Jamie Price, the clerk reads, voice steady. How do you find the defendant, Lena Crowe? There is a heartbeat of stillness. Then, guilty of manslaughter, the foreman says, the words dropping like stones into water. By reason of diminished responsibility, the phrasing rolls through the room in a low, uncomfortable wave. Not murder. Not entirely not, either. Something in between. A legal shape built to hold two conflicting truths at once. That she killed, and that her mind is not like most. The clerk continues. On the charge of murder of Eli Ward, how do you find the defendant, Lena Crowe? This time, the pause feels shorter. Guilty of manslaughter, the foreman repeats. By reason of diminished responsibility. The quill of sound breaks. In the public gallery, someone sobs, suddenly and raw. The sound is torn out of a throat rather than released. A sharp, involuntary noise that makes several heads turn. It might be a mother. It might be an aunt. It might be someone who did not know the boys at all, but has children of their own, and cannot help overlaying those faces onto the ones in the story. The scratch of pens begins at once, a frantic, scribbling rustle as reporters lock the words down before they can drift away. Guilty, manslaughter, diminished responsibility, child killer. A camera shutter clicks twice, 3 times, each flash a small, rude burst of artificial daylight in the dim old room. The judge nods slowly, taking it in. His face, already grave, seems to settle even further into its lines. He thanks the jury and dismisses them with words about service and duty that will be forgotten by most of the people in the room. They file out, looking suddenly tired and older than when they came, their part in the play finished. Now it is the judge's turn to speak the words that will define the rest of this girl's life. He removes his glasses, wipes them with a handkerchief, then sets them back on his nose. The movement is unhurried, practical. It makes the room wait just a few seconds longer, stretching the tension until it thins and trembles. Lena Crowe, he says, turning his attention fully to the dock. Please stand. She rises, small hands resting lightly on the rail for balance. Her sweater sleeve slides back a little, exposing a thin wrist. She looks up at him. There's no visible fear on her face, nor bravado. Just that same still awareness, as if she is listening to a story she has already heard once and wants to catch the parts she missed. The judge begins. He speaks of gravity, of 2 young children, Jamie Price and Eli Ward, whose lives were ended in circumstances of terrible cruelty. His voice does not waver, but there is an edge to it now, a roughness that suggests he has thought about these boys outside of this room, perhaps in his own quiet kitchen, perhaps in the seconds before sleep. He speaks of evidence, of patterns of behavior, of the psychiatrist's reports, which leave this court in no doubt that you suffer from a severe disturbance of personality. He notes the absence of normal empathy, the disturbing fascination with the act of strangulation itself. Then, crucially, he speaks of age. You are 11 years old, he says. You are a child. But you are also, as this court has heard in painful detail, a child who has demonstrated a capacity for deliberate and repeated acts of violence against those even younger and more vulnerable than yourself. The word dangerous arrives, softened by legal phrasing, but unmistakable. You present, he continues, a serious danger to other children, a danger that this court cannot ignore, nor can society safely tolerate at liberty. In the gallery, there is a stir, a soft rustle of clothing as people shift, absorbing the impact. A reporter's pen pauses mid-word, then resumes, scratching the word dangerous in slightly darker ink. The judge reaches for his pen. The court falls even deeper into stillness. As such, he says, and you can feel the sentence narrowing to its point. It is the judgment of this court that you be detained in secure custody for an indefinite period, at the pleasure of the Secretary of State. His pen scratches across the sentencing paper, confirming the words as he says them, looping ink into official script. No number is attached, no term of years, no date when a gate will swing open as a matter of routine. This is not 7 years, or 10, or 20. This is until someone, somewhere, decides that you are no longer a threat. In less formal language, it is a cage without a visible lock. A woman sobs again in the gallery, this time quieter, more broken as the reality lands. For the families of Jamie and Eli, it may feel too little, too late. For others, it may feel more like an exorcism than a sentence, the removal of something frightening from a place already too full of fear. Take her down, the judge says at last. The room exhales all at once. Bodies shift. Chairs scrape. The shuffle of people standing begins even before the gavel comes down in its final formal knock. The sound echoes off the wood-paneled walls and seems to hang for a moment, a punctuation mark trying to be a full stop. In the dock, something small happens. As the officer beside her lays a hand lightly on her arm to guide her out, Lena tilts her head, just a fraction, as if listening to something only she can hear. Some private frequency running beneath the judge's words, beneath the public noise. Her mouth moves, the barest flicker at one corner. It might be the start of a smirk. It might be a nervous tick. In this room, nobody is close enough to be sure, and everyone will remember it differently. She does not cry. She does not protest. She allows herself to be turned toward the side door, her feet moving in small, precise steps. The chains on her shoes are not visible, but they might as well be. The sound of her soles on the stone threshold is soft but final. The door closes behind her with a dull, heavy thunk. The sound does not echo the way the gavel did. It is absorbed by the building, by the years of other endings it has swallowed. Conversation flares up in her absence, anxious, excited, outraged, relieved. Everyone already translating what they have seen into the version they will tell at home, at work, over drinks later. Outside, cameras will flash again when the lawyers emerge. Headlines will be drafted before the ink on the sentencing sheet is fully dry. Words like evil child, killer girl, no remorse will find their way into print, into memory. But the sentence itself, the one that matters most, is quieter and stranger than any headline. They did not give her a number of years to count on her fingers. They did not give her a date she could circle in a calendar, pretend not to watch creeping closer. They did not give her a sentence with an end. They gave her a comma, not a period. Detained for an indefinite period means pause here. It means to be continued. It means that somewhere in the unwritten future, beyond this winter, beyond this city, there is a file with her name on it that someone will open again. There will be meetings in quiet offices. Reports will be written. Risk will be assessed like weather. And one day, not today, not tomorrow, but someday, a door in a secure facility will open. A woman, no longer a girl, will step through it, carrying with her everything that happened before anyone tried to put a label on what she was. The court, on that cold December day, did not know exactly when that would be. But they knew, even as they sentenced her, that the story did not end there. They had not written the end at the bottom of Lena Crowe's life. They had written to be detained until further notice. And somewhere, tucked inside those careful official words, the future shifted slightly to make room for the day someone would sign a form, turn a key, and let her walk back into a world that had tried and failed to forget her. The secure unit is built to make time feel like something solid and heavy, not a river, but a stone. The walls are white, not the warm white of cheap paint in old houses, but the cold, glossy kind that can be wiped down quickly when something is thrown against them. Light hums in long fluorescent strips above, flattening color, leaching faces of subtlety. Metal doors line the corridors, each one the same dull gray, each with a small observation panel at eye level and a slot lower down, just wide enough for a tray or a document. The soundscape here is simple, but it never really stops. Footsteps echo down long corridors, rubber soles hitting the floor in measured beats. Keys clink against belts with every step the staff take. A constant, jangling reminder of who can open what and who cannot. Occasionally, from behind another door, there is a shout, angry, desperate, wordless. Sometimes it is followed by more shouting, sometimes by the softer, broken noise of someone crying into a pillow when they think nobody can hear. At meal times, a trolley rolls down the hall, wheels squeaking, metal trays clattering as they are stacked, unstacked, slid through slots. The food smells of overcooked vegetables, of gravy that came from a packet, of bread that was sliced hours ago. It is not meant to be enjoyed. It is meant to be nutritionally adequate and forgettable. Into this place, Lena Crowe arrives at 11 years old. She is small enough that the clothes in the unit's standard issue wardrobe hang off her like they are meant for someone else. The sleeves are rolled up. The waistband is cinched tight. Her first footsteps in the corridor are tentative, but not in the way of someone frightened of what might happen to her. More like someone trying to gauge the acoustics of a new room. Time passes here without landmarks. There are no seasons, only changes in which coat staff wear when they come in from outside. There are no holidays, only days when the menu changes slightly and a paper decoration is blue tacked to a wall and then removed again. Days are measured in routine. Wake-up calls, medication rounds, group sessions, schoolwork at institutional desks, exercise in a yard, surrounded by high fencing and cameras that do not blink. Lena grows. From 11 to 12, her limbs lengthen, bones pushing against skin. From 12 to 15, her face narrows, losing the last of its child roundness. From 15 into her late teens, she begins to resemble the kind of young woman you might see at a bus stop in any town. Jeans, ponytail, hands in pockets, eyes watching everything. Staff write reports about her. They sit in offices that smell of coffee and photocopier toner, filling out forms that ask for observations, incidents, progress. Their pens move over boxes, engaged, withdrawn, agitated, cooperative. Sometimes the notes read, charming, pleasant in conversation, appeared to show concern for another resident who was distressed. Sometimes they read, flat, effect minimal, discussed violent incidents from past with unusual emotional detachment. And sometimes, manipulative, attempted to play staff against each other, told one officer that another had promised privileges that were never actually discussed. In therapy sessions, she sits in rooms with soft chairs and harder questions. A psychologist asks her to talk about her childhood, about her mother, about Dovetail Lane and the lot, and the house with the boarded windows. How did you feel when you think back to that day? They ask. Lena looks at the patterned carpet. She can describe feelings if she wants to. She has learned the right words: sad, guilty, scared. She knows when to let her voice catch, when to lower her eyes. Sometimes she does all of that. Sometimes she does none of it. Nothing much. She answers, on one occasion, in her mid-teens, shoulders hitching in a tiny shrug. It is like a film I have seen too many times. It does not make me feel anything now. The psychologist writes that down, pen scratching, ticking boxes, underlining phrases. On other days, she is different. A new nurse starts on the ward, younger, nervous, still believing she will make a difference. Lena smiles at her, asks her about her life outside, about her boyfriend, her favorite music. The nurse is surprised by how normal she seems, how funny she can be in a dry, unexpected way. She is not like the others, the nurse writes in her own early notes. Intelligent, engaging. Hard to believe what she did. The longer she works there, the more those notes change. Between routines, between sessions and head counts, information seeps in from the outside world. Newspapers arrive for the staff and sometimes for the residents as educational material. The TV in the common room plays the news at set times. Lena learns how to read fast, eyes skimming headlines, extracting details before someone can change the page. She sees herself the way the world sees her. In bold type, child killer Lena C., kept indefinitely. In smaller print, experts say she may never be safe to release. In sensational weekend supplements, lurid phrases like born evil and ice-cold angel of death attached to old photos of her in a too-big cardigan, looking up at the camera with that same unblinking stare. The first time she sees the phrase child killer, her face does not move much. A slight tightening at the corner of her mouth, perhaps. A flick of the eyes up to check who else is watching. Another girl on the ward, older by a year, glances at the headline and then at Lena, then away. The staff member supervising TV time quickly changes the channel to something softer. Later, alone in her room, Lena sits on the narrow bed and turns the phrase over in her mind. Child killer. She is still a child at that point. The label feels like a loop eating its own tail. The room itself is sparse. A single bed bolted to the floor, a built-in wardrobe with a door that cannot be removed easily, a desk with rounded edges. The window is high, reinforced, letting in light, but not much of the outside world. She can hear things, though. The distant clank of doors, the hum of heating pipes, the occasional shout from another room when someone loses control. Most days are monotonous. She attends classes, learns things she was never in a position to learn properly before. Algebra, geography, how a sentence can be arranged so it lands harder without raising its voice. She does art projects, filling sketchbooks with drawings that range from careful studies of hands and faces to abstract, spidery webs of lines that make the psychologists lean in closer. There are long stretches where nothing much happens, where her behavior charts are filled with little ticks in settled columns. She lines up for meals, eats without complaint, returns her tray, thanks the staff politely. She makes her bed. She showers on schedule. She follows rules more often than she breaks them. And then, every so often, something spikes. A girl on the unit calls her a name under her breath, loud enough to be heard. "Baby killer," someone says, not quite quietly enough. Lena turns, and for a second, the white walls and the steady keys and the clinical distance melt away. She lunges, hands finding the other girl's hair, fingers tangling, yanking hard enough to make her scream. The corridor erupts into noise, shouting, boots pounding, keys jangling faster. Staff pull them apart. Lena's chest heaving, jaw set. She does not cry. Her eyes burn with an intensity that makes one of the new guards take a half step back, even as he grips her arms. Later, in the report, it will say, "Unprovoked assault on another resident. Trigger unclear. Appeared calm shortly afterward. Expressed regret in words, but effect remained flat." On another day, the aggression is quieter. She convinces a girl who hoards food in her room that another staff member has been secretly throwing her snacks away. She watches the girl's anxiety build, watches her confront the wrong person, watches the argument bloom and spread. When asked later why she told the lie, Lena shrugs. "I wanted to see what would happen," she says. "I was bored. The sin wave of her time here looks like this. Long stretches of routine, of almost tedious good behavior, dipping into something that could almost be read as improvement, punctuated by sudden, sharp spikes of violence or manipulation, enough to make the therapists rewrite their predictions in darker ink. Staff who have known her for years learn not to trust the quiet too much. They are kind to her, many of them. They joke with her, bring her books, praise her when she completes coursework, or helps another girl with homework. Some of them, in private, admit to feeling sorry for her. This child, who was cast as a monster before her bones had finished growing. But they also keep their keys where she cannot reach them. They do not turn their backs fully when fumes of tension rise from her shoulders. They read the old reports when she is moved from one ward to another, and they know what her hands have done. Behind the locked doors, Lena grows up in a world where every day is almost the same, and yet every day she is reminded, in headlines, in sessions, in the way adults watch her, that she is not like the others. The unit tries to contain her, to flatten her into charts and routines, to sand down the edges. But every now and then, in the quiet between footsteps and keys, something in her sharpens instead. It happens, as these things so often do, not with a master plan, but with 3 small mistakes lining up on the same afternoon. Lena is in her early 20s now. Her hair is longer, usually tied back. Her face has settled into its adult angles, the shadows under her eyes less about sleeplessness and more about fluorescent lights and institutional time. Staff who have known her since she was 11 sometimes catch themselves forgetting how young she still is, because the unit ages everyone in strange ways. The secure facility has routines and checks and contingencies. It also has human beings, and human beings get tired. It is a wet day, the sky pressed low and gray. A maintenance worker has been in and out of one of the side corridors, tools in hand, muttering about a sticking door. A nurse is covering for a colleague who called in sick, juggling more tasks than usual. A senior officer has been called to the front gate to deal with a delivery that turned up without warning. Somewhere in that shuffle, a fire door at the end of a service corridor does not latch properly. It looks closed. It sounds closed when it swings back, but the catch does not quite engage. A fraction of an inch is all that separates secure from open if you push hard enough. Lena notices. Not immediately, Not like in films where the camera zooms in on the crucial thing and a music cue tells you it matters. She notices because she notices everything. The way sound changes in that corridor. The faint whisper of outside air where there should be none. The slight, rhythmic rattle when the wind gusts against the building. She walks past it twice during afternoon movement, flanked by staff, her eyes straight ahead. The third time, she is alone, for once, sent to fetch something from the laundry room at the far end. There is a window of less than a minute when no one is watching that stretch. Her hand brushes the metal bar of the door, almost casually. She feels the give. She pauses. Later, people will ask whether she planned this for weeks, whether she had help, whether she coerced or manipulated staff. The more unnerved ones will whisper about her waiting like a spider for the web to twitch. The truth will fit in a much smaller space. The opportunity appears, and she takes it. She pushes. The door opens with a soft, protesting sigh. Not the loud, alarmed shriek everyone imagines. No sirens go off. No lights flash red. It is just a door moving in a frame, opening onto a strip of concrete behind the building, a narrow service lane bordered by a high fence and the overgrown edge of a field. The air outside hits her like a slap. It is colder, sharper, full of smells the filtered facility air never carries. Wet earth, damp grass, the faint sweetness of something rotting in the soil. The sky is a lid of dull cloud. For a second, she just stands there, hand still on the door, heart accelerating in her chest. She has been outside before, in controlled yards, in small, fenced exercise spaces. But this is different. This has direction. Behind her, a trolley rattles in a distant corridor. A voice calls someone's name. No one calls hers. Not yet. She steps through. Her shoes slap the concrete again and again, each footfall a decision. She does not run immediately. Running draws the eye. She walks briskly down the service lane toward the fence, head down, shoulders hunched against the drizzle. The keys on staff belts are thankfully elsewhere. There is no one here to hear them jingle. At the end of the lane, a section of the fence rises above her. Tall, topped with rolls of razor wire that glint faintly under the gray light. It is not meant to be climbed, but the ground beneath has shifted over time. Rain and roots, and neglect pushing a mound of dirt and rubble up against the metal in one corner, narrowing the distance between top and earth. She knows she has minutes at most. Someone will discover the open door. A check will be missed. A name will be called and not answered. But minutes can be strangely long if you use them the right way. She takes 2 steps back, then rushes forward, hands grabbing the cold metal mesh. It bites into her palms, leaving red indentations as she hauls herself up. Her foot finds a narrow strip of chain link twisted out of shape, then another. The fence rattles under her weight, a shiver running along its length. By the time the first alarm starts to wail inside the building, a distant, rising shriek that sets birds scattering from nearby trees, she is already swinging one leg over the top. The razor wire snags her trouser leg, slicing fabric and skin beneath. She gasps, a small, sharp intake of breath, but does not stop. A line of warmth trickles down her calf, quickly cooled by the drizzle. She drops to the field beyond in a graceless half-fall, landing hard, knees jarring. Mud splashes up her shins. For a moment, the impact drives the breath out of her, leaving her gasping in the flattened grass. She lies there longer than she should, listening. The alarm inside is fully awake now, a continuous banshee howl muffled by walls, but unmistakable. A voice shouts orders over a loudspeaker. Somewhere behind her, a gate clanks. Dogs, somewhere farther off, begin to bark, their voices joining the chorus. Lena gets up. She runs. The field is not romantic or cinematic. It is scrubby, uneven, pocked with holes where water has pooled and then emptied, leaving treacherous dips. Her feet slip, catch, slip again. Water soaks through her shoes, icing her toes. Grass slaps at her ankles. Every breath scrapes in her chest, the cold air burning her throat. The sound of the wind grows louder as she leaves the shelter of buildings. It rushes past her ears, filling her head with a low, constant roar that almost drowns out the alarm. Almost. She can still hear it behind her. A reminder that the world she has just stepped out of is not letting go quietly. For a while, it is just her and the wind and the distant barking of dogs. She skirts hedgerows, cuts across the edges of fields, follows lines of hedges she barely sees. A narrow lane appears, its tarmac slick with rain, bordered by stone walls. She takes it, shoes skidding, heart pounding. A car passes in the distance, its engine noise swelling, fading. She ducks into a ditch until it is gone, the cold water seeping up through her clothes. The driver does not notice her. Why would they? To them, she would just be a shape in the weeds, if that. By evening, the news has reached televisions and radios across the region. Bulletins interrupt regular programming. A convicted child killer has escaped from a secure facility. A woman, 22, serving an indefinite sentence for the manslaughter of 2 young boys, is currently at large. Sure, her name is back on front pages again. Child killer at large screams one headline by the next morning. The words wrapped around an old, grainy photograph of her at 11, eyes dark, hair pulled back. The photo does not look like the young woman walking along the back edge of a housing estate now. Hood up, head down, scanning for somewhere to be that is indoors and not locked. People imagine things in those hours and days. They imagine her knocking on a stranger's door in the rain, asking to use the phone or the bathroom, voice soft, manner polite. They imagine themselves in the kitchen, wiping their hands on a towel, glancing at her muddy shoes, and thinking only, poor girl, instead of danger. They imagine her sitting on a bus, face half hidden by a scarf, eyes on the countryside slipping past. They imagine her in a supermarket, fingers tracing labels on tins, blending into the hum. The horror is not in what she actually does while free, which, in the end, is almost nothing, but in what she could do, in the possibilities that bloom like bruises in the minds of anyone who sees her picture on the screen and then looks at their own child sitting on the carpet. In reality, she does not get far. She spends one night hiding in a copse of trees on the edge of a village, cold settling into her bones, stomach snarling. She is less prepared for freedom than the headlines suggest. There is no money in her pockets, no change of clothes, no friends waiting at some predetermined rendezvous point. For all the press has turned her into a legend, into a bogey woman to be whispered about. She is just a young woman with bleeding legs and no plan. The search tightens quickly. Police cars prowl the roads. Patrols sweep fields and outbuildings. Helicopters thrum overhead, their rotors chopping the sky into pieces. Dogs follow scents across wet ground. They knock on doors, show photographs, tell people to be cautious, to report any strangers. On the second day, a local officer spots someone walking along a narrow track near a farmhouse. Hood up, clothes dirty, gait weary. There is something familiar in the slope of the shoulders. He calls out. The woman stops, then turns slowly. It is almost anticlimactic. There is no chase through streets, no dramatic last stand. Lena looks at the officer, looks past him at the car, with its lights off but engine running, and seems to calculate something silently. "Lena Crowe," he says, more a statement than a question. She nods once. Her expression is unreadable. Maybe relief, maybe resignation, maybe just the realization that the thin line she had managed to cross is shorter than she hoped. When they lead her back into the facility, the staff reactions are a mix of anger, fear, and something that feels uncomfortably like vindication. Additional locks are installed. Procedures are reviewed. Reports are written in which phrases like "serious breach" and "lessons learned" appear in neat, typed paragraphs. On the units, the residents whisper, "She got out," they say to each other in low voices when staff are not around. She really did, for days. It does not much matter that days is only 2. The fact that she existed out there, briefly, under the same sky as everyone else, walking unmarked streets, is enough to feed 100 late-night speculations. For the outside world, the tension spikes and then falls quickly. News bulletins that once shouted, "at large," now politely announce she has been recaptured. The urgency drains from the stories. The headlines shrink. Another crisis takes its place. People move on because they must, because there are bills to pay and dinners to cook and children to collect from school. But something remains, a residue of unease, because for those who live in towns not unlike Brackenwood, in houses with back doors that do not always latch properly, in streets where children play a bit too far from home, the story lodges itself in a corner of the mind. For a short time, the most dangerous pair of hands in that story was not behind a door with keys and codes and constant supervision. She was out where anyone else walks. She breathed the same damp air, stepped on the same muddy paths. And now, even though she is back behind white walls and metal doors, that fact cannot be unwritten. The idea of her, loose, ordinary, unmarked by bars, lingers like a shadow at the edge of the ordinary world, a reminder that cages, no matter how carefully built, are still made by people. And people make mistakes. They did not open the door for Lena Crowe because they decided she was safe. They opened it because time had passed, because reports had been written in calm ink, because systems prefer movement over admitting that sometimes there is nowhere good to send a person like her. She was in her early 20s when they sat her down in a small office that smelled of instant coffee and old paper and told her that her detention would end. The room was not dramatic. No judge, no wigs, no gavel. Just a social worker, a senior officer, and a file with her name on it. Rain traced thin lines down the window pane behind them. A radiator hissed faintly in the corner, filling the gaps in conversation. "You will be released on license," the officer said, the language flat and formal. "Under a new identity, with conditions." The social worker, a woman with tired eyes and a notebook open on her lap, added, "You will not be sent back to Brackenwood. You will relocate to another region. You will have supervision, regular check-ins. There will be things you cannot do, places you cannot go, people you cannot contact." They told her more, about curfews, about not speaking to the press, about not entering certain counties without permission. The phrases stacked up: risk management, reintegration, ongoing monitoring. Her old life and crimes were tucked into words like background and history. Lena listened, hands folded loosely in her lap. In the hallway outside, a trolley squeaked past, metal trays rattling softly. A door closed, keys clinked, the sounds of the world she had known since childhood. "Do you understand?" the social worker asked. Lena nodded once. "What will my new name be?" she asked, voice almost curious. They told her. It sat strangely on her shoulders at first, this new syllable skin, but she turned it over in her mouth and found it fit well enough to wear in public. Release day was anticlimactic. No crowds, no cameras at the gate. Her story had fallen down the news ladder, replaced by fresher scandals. The staff, who had known her longest, shook her hand or did not. Some wished her luck in careful tones. Others avoided eye contact, as if they were afraid that looking too long might pull them into whatever gravity followed her. The gate buzzed and swung open. She stepped through. Outside, the air felt wrong. Too big, too full of overlapping sounds. A bus hissed as it pulled into the stop beyond the wall. A lorry rattled past, loose metal clanking. Somewhere a dog barked, not in alarm, just because that is what dogs do in ordinary towns. People walked down the pavement with shopping bags and arguments and thoughts about dinner that had nothing to do with her. In the years that followed, Lena did what the reports would later describe as attempting to live a pro-social lifestyle. Under her new name, in a town that did not know Brackenwood, except as a place mentioned occasionally in crime documentaries, she rented a small flat. The walls were thin, but the sounds that seeped through them were of televisions, babies crying, someone practicing a trumpet badly, domestic noise instead of sirens and shouts. She learned bus routes. She walked to supermarkets, pushing a trolley with the same steady hands that once closed around smaller throats. She worked odd jobs arranged through rehabilitation programs, stocking shelves at a charity shop, cleaning offices after hours, doing filing in an underfunded community center. Her supervising officer visited regularly, sitting at her small kitchen table, pen clicking, ticking boxes. "How are you adjusting?" "Fine." "Any difficulty with anger? Relationships? Sleep?" "Sometimes. Not really. I manage." She went to therapy sessions, sat in waiting rooms with magazines 3 months out of date, answered questions about impulse control and empathy in voices that seldom rose above a murmur. There were still spikes, sharp arguments, a slammed door, a broken mug, but they were smaller now, easier to fold into the narrative of struggling but trying. At some point, she became pregnant. The father was a man who knew her only as the name on her new documents, someone who met her at a bar or a workplace or on a bus. The details do not matter as much as the fact that, for the first time, Lena carried a life inside her that she did not harm. Her daughter was born in a hospital that had no idea of the story behind the woman in the bed. Nurses came and went, shoes squeaking on polished linoleum, monitors beeping, midwives offering encouragement in soft voices. The baby arrived, red-faced and furious, lungs working perfectly, fingers curling around Lena's thumb, with a grip that startled her. She was someone's mother now. She learned how to measure formula, how to soothe colic, how to stand in the aisle of a supermarket comparing different brands of nappies while a toddler wriggled in the trolley seat. She hummed along to tinny pop songs on the radio, her days filled with ordinary crises, fevers, lost shoes, late buses, rent. For a while, it almost worked. Then a journalist got lucky, or persistent, or both. Years after the trial, there were still reporters who kept old case files in dusty boxes and scanned local birth and marriage announcements for familiar dates. One of them noticed a woman in her 20s, living under a new name, whose history before a certain year was thin and carefully vague. Another dug deeper. Addresses were cross-checked. Electoral rolls examined. A photograph was taken, then another, from a distance. The woman walking down a street with a child holding her hand. Exclusive! Child killer's secret new life. A tabloid headline screamed one bleak morning. The photos were grainy but clear enough. The woman in a supermarket car park, loading shopping into the boot of a hatchback. The child in a bright jacket, face blurred in some editions, startlingly visible in others. The article spilled details like stones. The town, the type of job, the fact that the girl who once killed now had a child of her own. Outside Lena's flat, cameras clicked in rapid bursts as men with press badges shouted questions. Do you think you deserve to be a mother? Are you afraid you might hurt her? Do your neighbors know who you really are? Neighbors peered through their curtains, forming new opinions. Parents in the area pulled their children a little closer when she walked past. Once the story had circulated, someone scrawled a word on her door in red marker: monster. She did what she had learned to do. She went to court. This time, the courtroom was not about guilt or innocence. It was about names, about whether the name she had been given could be connected, in public, to the one she had been born with. Lawyers in dark suits argued about privacy and safety, about rehabilitation, and the right of the public to know. Outside, protesters gathered. Some held signs with the boys' names. Others shouted slogans about protecting children from killers. A woman's voice cut through the crowd noise at one point, hoarse with anger. "Why does she get to hide?" the woman yelled. "My boy is in the ground and she gets a fresh start?" Inside, the judge's voice was steady and measured. He spoke of the unique nature of the original crimes, of the defendant's age at the time, of the years spent in custody. He referenced expert testimony about vigilantism, about how public exposure could put not only Lena, but her daughter at risk from people who claimed to seek justice on behalf of children they had never met. The law, he said, each word landing with the weight of precedent, recognizes that some cases require exceptional measures. He granted an order, permanent, far-reaching. No newspaper could publish her current name alongside her former one. No broadcaster could show her face in a way that linked it to her history. Her daughter's identity was likewise shielded. Any breach would be treated as contempt. In the language of the tabloids and the streets, it became known as the Crowe Order. Outside the court, microphones thrust toward lawyers' faces. The clicking of cameras was almost constant, a metallic heartbeat. One man in the crowd shouted that it was a disgrace, that killers were being wrapped in bubble wrap, while victims lay buried. Others nodded, their anger needing somewhere solid to sit. For Lena, it meant something colder and stranger. She had been both erased and preserved. Her old name was sealed away behind legal glass. Her new one was shrouded. She existed in public records as a blank space with warning labels attached. Years passed. The headlines faded. New scandals took their place. And somewhere, in a different town, behind a different front door, under a different name, the girl from Brackenwood continued to grow older. She took her daughter to school. She stood in queues at the grocery store, her trolley full of bread and milk and cereal, checking prices under harsh fluorescent lights. She nodded politely at other parents. She complained about the weather. Sometimes she hummed along to the song playing over the speakers, some forgettable chart tune with a steady beat. Her daughter tugged at her sleeve, asking for biscuits. The woman ahead of her scrolled her phone. The man behind her checked his watch. Nobody knew. They did not know that once, in a different life, she had written a confession in red wax on a nursery wall and watched as adults painted over it. They did not know about the boys in the empty house and between the concrete blocks, or about the letters carved into soft skin. All of that lived in sealed files and aging memories, in documentaries watched late at night by people who assume such stories belong to the past. Somewhere behind a different name, in a different town, the girl from Brackenwood grew up to be someone's mother. She could be in line behind you at a grocery store, comparing prices, humming along to the radio. You would never know. Tonight, the story has finally walked itself back to the only room that really matters right now, yours. The screen has dimmed to a softer glow. Whatever app you are using to let this voice spill into the dark is resting on the nightstand, or propped against a glass of water, or lying upside down on the sheets, its light bleeding faintly through the fabric. The lamp glow in your room is gentle and localized, more suggestion than spotlight, a warm little island against the wider dark. Your body is a familiar shape under the blankets, one knee drawn a little higher than the other, a shoulder sunk deeper into the pillow. Maybe there is a pet at your feet, curled like a comma near your ankles, twitching occasionally in sleep. Maybe there is an empty space on the other side of the bed that still carries the faint indentation of someone who used to sleep there, or someone who has not come home yet, or someone who simply has not arrived in your life. Around you, your house is doing what houses do at night, existing in layers of sound that you do not usually notice until someone points them out. There is the ticking of a clock, patient and impartial, measuring the seconds between one breath and the next. There is the soft whoosh of a car passing outside, tires hissing on wet asphalt, a brief flare of headlights sliding along the wall, and then gone. If you live in an apartment building, you might hear a distant elevator door thudding shut somewhere down the hall, followed by footsteps fading along a corridor you have never actually walked. The refrigerator hums in the kitchen, a small, constant vibration, cycling on and off like a mechanical heartbeat. All of it blends into that particular nighttime silence that is never quite silence. A hush stitched together out of background noise and the steady rhythm of your own body. The story of Lena Crowe, of Brackenwood, of the boys whose names you have now heard more than once, is no longer unfolding in front of you. It lies behind you, like a path you walked in your head while lying perfectly still. You can still see parts of it if you turn your memory just so. The abandoned house on Dovetail Lane, the dirt lot with its scattered concrete blocks, the nursery wall with its message in red wax, the white corridors of the secure unit, the door that did not quite latch, the supermarket queue. But the camera of the narration has returned to this room, to your bed, to the way your fingers lie, half curled, on top of the blanket. The victims exist at a distance, and yet they are not entirely far. Jamie Price, 4 years old, trusting by default, walking into an empty house because older kids told him there was a secret fort inside. You can picture him now if you let yourself. The scuffed shoes, the crooked coat buttons, the way his eyes might have lit up whenever someone older said his name like it meant he belonged. Eli Ward, 3, stomping around a dirt lot with concrete blocks and scrap metal, turning rubble into landscape because that is what children do. His world was small. A fence, a field, a row of houses with laundry strung out like flags. And inside that smallness, he was king for a while, choosing rocks, throwing them, humming to himself. For them, the story ended in tight, airless spaces, a gap between concrete blocks, a dust-filled room with a boarded window. They did not get to grow into the kind of adult who lies in bed listening to true crime stories as a way to unwind from a long day. Their would-have-beens live only in the minds of people left behind. A mother who still hears her child's name in the sound of distant footsteps. A father who flinches when he sees boys of a certain age at the park. Brackenwood itself, that soot-blackened estate with its red brick terraces, its screaming trains, its rain-slick alleys, carries the story like a bruise you cannot quite see, but can feel when the weather changes. Years later, the houses will have different curtains. Some of the old factories will stand empty, their chimneys cold. Kids will play in different lots with different broken things. But under all of that, there is a faint memory of sirens, of police tape fluttering in the wind, of whispers traded in doorways. People move away, new families move in, but the story lingers in the infrastructure like a stain in plaster. Someone points toward Dovetail Lane and says, "That was the house where," and does not finish, because they do not need to. Someone else mentions that Crowe girl in a pub after a few drinks, and the conversation takes on a different weight. Towns remember, not with one big mind, but with lots of little ones. A retired officer who still dreams of heavy, small bodies in narrow gaps. A nursery worker who never again lets children write on walls without feeling a cold prickle on the back of her neck. A woman who once stood in a courtroom gallery, fingers digging into her handbag strap, listening to doctors say the word psychopathic about someone too short for their feet to touch the floor. Here, in your room, the story sits differently. You did not know Jamie or Eli. You did not walk Brackenwood streets. You inhabit a different geography. Your hallway, your kitchen, your stairwell, the small constellation of places you move between in your daily life. And yet, as you lie here, the narrative you have just followed has brushed lightly against your own mental map. The sin wave of emotion has already crested once tonight. When you heard about the bodies found, the bruises on small throats, the crude carved letter, your chest might have tightened. When the psychiatrist described a child as dangerous, when the judge announced an indefinite sentence, you might have felt a flare of anger or sorrow or something harder to name. You might have thought of your own childhood, the kids you knew who were rough, the ones who scared you, the ones nobody watched closely enough. Now, the arc is descending into something softer. The horror is still there. It does not vanish just because the narrator lowers their voice, but it is layered with something else, a contemplation of how memory works when it comes to stories like this. You are not responsible for what happened in that northern town decades ago, but you are, in a small way, carrying it now, in your neurons, in the way the images have been laid down in your mind, like faint photographs in a box. Most stories live like that. They become part of how we talk about danger, about childhood, about the shape of evil. They surface when someone says, "Kids can be cruel," or "Some people are just born wrong," or "It is the parents' fault," or "It is the system." They color the way you glance at a news headline about a crime and immediately check the age of the suspect, the photo, the neighborhood. You might find, weeks from now, that you are in a supermarket aisle of your own, comparing prices, listening to a song you do not particularly like, and a fragment of this story will ambush you. The phrase, "Crowe Order," maybe, or the image of a red crayon scratching words onto a nursery wall, adults painting over them as quickly as they can. Or the idea that somewhere, under another name, someone is pushing a trolley just like yours. For now, though, the story is doing what it was meant to do tonight, settling you into your space by making you aware of it. Notice, again, the lamp glow against the wall, the weight of the blanket on your legs, the way your head fits the pillow in a spot it is molded to over hundreds of nights, the tiny noises that mean your own home is alive in its quiet way, the click as the heater switches on, the soft buzz of your phone shifting from one background process to another, the almost inaudible sound of your own eyelashes brushing the pillowcase when you blink. Whatever Brackenwood remembers, whatever courts and files and headlines retain about Lena Crowe, your house has its own memories. The times you came home exhausted and dropped your keys on the counter. The nights you lay awake worrying about things that did not happen. The mornings you woke up certain of nothing except that somehow you had survived another night. You are here. They are there. The timelines do not touch, except in this quiet space in your head where stories go when the rest of the world has gone to sleep. The clock ticks on. Another car sighs past outside. Somewhere in the building, a door closes with a muted thud. And in your room, for the moment, nothing is moving except your breath. There is a moment each night, somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, when the room you know so well tilts a degree to the side and becomes slightly unfamiliar. The lamp is off now, or dimmed as low as it will go. Your phone screen has gone black, its last glow withdrawing like tide from shore. Your eyes are half closed, not quite committed to staying open, not quite ready to surrender. Your breathing has settled into that slow, shallow rhythm that tells your body it is allowed to drift. In that fragile space, the silence in your home begins to rearrange itself. It starts with something so small you might miss it. A board in the hallway creaks. Just once. A soft complaining sound like a yawn from an old throat. Houses do that, especially at night, when the day's stored heat slips out of the walls and the wood shrinks by a fraction. It is nothing. You know that. You have heard it before. But tonight, your mind has been full of other creaks. The echo of footsteps on abandoned floorboards, the groan of stairs leading up to a boarded window, the hollow protest of concrete blocks shifting under searching boots. All those sounds have laid down tracks in your imagination, and now your own house is accidentally running along them. After a small pause, the board speaks again. Another creak, the tiniest bit closer. It is probably the same plank settling twice, or the heater turning off, or one of 100 small mechanical shifts that keep a home from being truly still. But in the half-dim of your room, the noise wears a different shape. It could be weight, it could be a footfall, the kind of step made by someone light, someone whose body is compact and practiced at moving unseen in other people's spaces. Your blankets suddenly feel more definite against your legs. You become aware of the coolness of the air on the exposed skin of your arms, the warm cave where your torso is tucked under the duvet. If you have a pet at the foot of the bed, maybe they lift their head, ears twitching, having heard the same noise in a frequency your ears missed. If there is only the empty side of the mattress, the hollow there feels more pronounced. The room seems to lean toward the door. Your eyes stay closed a little tighter, which has always been your first defense against the dark. If you cannot see the room cannot see you. But your ears have gone sharp. You hear the faint whisper of fabric as your curtains shift a fraction with the movement of air from the AC or the heating vent. In a different mood, that sound would be nothing. The soft susurration of cloth against cloth. Tonight, it sounds suspiciously like someone's sleeve brushing the doorframe as they hesitate in the hallway. The apartment is full of mimics. The refrigerator's compressor kicks on in the kitchen with a low, rising hum that could, if you let it, become the sound of breath on the other side of your bedroom wall. The building's plumbing settles, a distant knock-knock in the pipes that could pass for knuckles, testing the underside of your bed frame. Somewhere above or below you, a neighbor turns over in their sleep, bed frame lightly hitting the wall, and your brain translates it as a shoe scuffing against your floor. If, later tonight, the story has already suggested to you, half asleep, you hear the boards in your hallway creak once, and then again, a little closer. If you hear what sounds like a light, almost childish breath at your open door, the image arrives fast, now that it has permission. You do not see her, but you can feel the story's shadow lean over the threshold. A small figure standing in the darker rectangle where the hallway opens onto your room. You picture bare feet, pale against your flooring, hands hanging loose at her sides, fingers slightly curled, hair a little untidy, as if sleep is something she's never really done properly. Head tilted, the way she did in the dock, as if listening for an internal signal. The sound you think is your curtain might become, for one heartbeat, the impression of a small, almost childish breath at the entrance to your room. You are not imagining the girl as she was at 11, in that too big cardigan in a North England courtroom. You are imagining what that feeling would be like, translated into your own geography. The idea of someone who once walked through other houses without being invited, who once stood over smaller beds and smaller bodies, now standing at the foot of yours, quiet and intent. Your heart gives a single hard thump. For a second, you are too aware of your own throat, of how exposed it is where the blanket has slipped, of how easy it would be for a hand the size of yours to close around it. The stories your brain has absorbed tonight bloom in the dark. The sleeping game, the way breath sounds when it cannot quite get where it is supposed to go, the way dust settles on still faces. This is the spike, the part where the story tries on your room the way a child tries on a coat from someone else's wardrobe. It walks through familiar details with just enough accuracy to make you uneasy. The exact angle your door sits when you think it is fully open, but the hinges are a little crooked. The faint line of light from the street or hallway that lies across your floor at night. The way the air feels different on the back of your neck when you know the door is not completely closed. It is very easy in this state to let your mind connect everything. The creaks, footsteps, the fabric whisper, clothing moving, the cold patch of air by your shoulder, someone standing too close, Maybe she would cross the floor softly, small weight, barely stirring the boards. Maybe she would stand near the head of the bed and tilt her head again, listening for how your breath changes when you sense another presence. Maybe she would lean down and, for just a second, you would feel something like fingers hover above your skin, not quite touching, testing the space between your heartbeat and hers. The narrative could stay there if it wanted to be cruel. It could leave you with that picture and turn the volume down, stepping away while your brain does the rest. But that is not what tonight is for. So the story steps back, gently, the way you might step away from a mirror you have been standing too close to. The creak in the hallway. Your house has old bones, whether it was built in the 1920s or last year. Wood shifts. Nails give a fraction. Temperature changes make materials expand and contract. Floorboards complain under nobody's weight at all, talking to each other in a language of tiny adjustments. They are not calling your name. They are not counting your breaths. The whisper at the curtains. Air has to move. Your AC unit or radiator, or even the difference between the warmth in your room and the cold at the window, will set up slow currents that tug lightly at fabric. The sound they make, that faint, sliding shh, is not a dress brushing the doorframe. It is physics, not footsteps. The breath at the door, that one is yours. When you are almost asleep, your own breathing can feel foreign. The way air bounces off walls and comes back to your ears is altered by whatever position you are in, how blocked your nose is, how deep or shallow your lungs are filling. In quiet moments, the sound can shift, thinning, thickening, moving around the room in ways that make it easy to imagine it belonging to someone else. You could attribute it to Lena, or to any other half-imagined figure standing in the dark, their history stitched together out of headlines and documentaries and the worst-case scenarios your brain rehearses at 3 in the morning. Or you could remember this. Houses perform their hauntings, whether or not anyone has died in them. They crack and sigh and whisper their own structural discomfort. Pipes knock for reasons that have more to do with water pressure than restless spirits. Elevators groan in shafts that have nothing to do with court buildings. Refrigerators hum and click themselves awake and asleep like distant sleepy beasts who mean you no harm at all. The story of Lena Crowe has folded itself away into your memory now. It will live there, sure, and sometimes it will rise like a bubble in a still glass when a floorboard creaks at the wrong time. That is what stories do. They give shapes and names to otherwise random noises. But as you lie here, with your blankets around you, and your own breathing slow and steady, the most likely explanation for anything you hear tonight is not that the girl from Brackenwood has found her way to your hallway. It is that your home is doing what it has always done, settling, breathing, remembering its own weight. If, later tonight, half asleep, you hear the boards creak again, and then again a little closer, you can let your mind offer you the image of small feet at your door if it wants to. You can feel the quick jolt of dread. That is a story paying rent. Then you can let it pass. Your house, in the end, is making noises for itself, not for you. Stories like this are very bad at having morals and very good at leaving marks. There is a temptation, lying there in your bed, to straighten everything out into a lesson. To say that Lena Crowe was a monster, or that she was only a victim, or that a different social worker, a different teacher, A different officer with a sharper pen in that first thin file could have stopped her from ever putting her hands where she did. But the truth, as it usually is a tangle. Somewhere in that tangle is Paula Crowe, the mother who pushed her daughter's face under bathwater and called it a joke, who left her on balcony rails and with strangers, who laughed too loudly downstairs while hands slammed against skin. Somewhere in there are the men who paid, who walked up narrow stairwells with liquor on their breath and did not ask how old the child was, who stared at them from the doorway. Somewhere else in the tangle is Brackenwood, a town that had learned to live with shouting and sirens the way other places live with birdsong. A place where bruises on children were scenery, where a policeman could take a complaint about a girl strangling other girls and fold it into a drawer until the ink faded. A nursery where a confession in red wax on a wall could be laughed away and painted over before coffee break. The story does not excuse what Lena did. It does not wrap her in soft words and ask you to feel sorry for her, instead of for the boys whose lives ended under her hands. It only reminds you that harm is very rarely born clean in a single person. It flows like dirty water through families, through streets, through institutions that do not listen until something breaks loudly enough to be heard. Now, for a moment, let the narrative camera travel back to Brackenwood at night, without anyone in it. The rain has come in again from the coast, turning the narrow streets into glistening strips of black glass. Sodium lights smear themselves across wet pavement. Red brick terraces, their faces blackened by a century of soot, stand in patient rows. Many of their windows are dark. In one row, in one house, a single upstairs light burns, yellow against the damp. Someone inside pacing a worn rectangle in a small room, living through what they will later call the worst night of their life. A train passes in the distance with a hollow metallic scream. A dog barks behind a thin fence. Bottles clink in a rubbish bin as someone drops the remains of their evening into tomorrow's problem. In a backyard, a toy is left out on the concrete, filling with water. That is the horror setting that birthed this story. Not a castle, not a forest, not an isolated mansion. A town like many others, turned a few degrees darker. Then the story rose. It climbed, step by step, through the deaths of Jamie Price and Eli Ward, through the discovery of bodies, the carved letter, the message on the nursery wall. It rose into the courtroom, into psychiatrist reports about psychopathic traits and dangerous children, into the hammer of a judge's gavel declaring an indefinite sentence. It peaked with the escape over the fence, the brief run through wet fields, the headlines about a child killer at large. And then, as stories must if anyone is going to sleep, it came down again. It descended into white corridors and daily routines, into a woman shopping under another name, pushing a trolley while her daughter babbled about cereal. It slid into legal orders and anonymity, into the way extraordinary acts are filed away in archives and reduced to case numbers, pulled out only when someone makes a documentary or a podcast. Now it sits here, low and quiet, in the part of the sin wave where the line has almost flattened into calm again. Almost. Around you, the sounds have gentled. Your phone, which has been feeding you this voice, will soon give its soft click as its screen finally goes completely dark for the night. The lamp, if you have left it on low, hums faintly, but its light is already more suggestion than illumination. Your own breath is slowing, measured now in long, even pulls that move the blanket a few millimeters up and down with each rise and fall of your chest. Somewhere in the walls, a pipe knocks once, a dull, hollow sound as the metal cools or the pressure shifts. There is a moment when the noise hangs in the air, ready to be turned into anything your mind wants, and then nothing follows it. No second knock. No creeping sequence of approaching footsteps. Just quiet. The kind of quiet that lives on the other side of an old building's little complaints. The story has one last question to leave with you, not as a threat, but as a way of gently turning over the sharpest pieces. What is more frightening? That somewhere out there, the girl who killed children grew old, changed names, learned how to budget for groceries and school shoes, and taught herself to live quietly under the skin of ordinary life. Or that right now, in cities and small towns, there are children standing very still in their bedrooms, listening to the rise and fall of voices downstairs, learning the sound of fear. They are watching hands slam doors, plates break, fists land. They are cataloging what happens before the shouting, what happens after, which foot on the staircase means danger, and which means safety. Nobody is writing their names in any file yet. Nobody is asking them what the room sounds like when someone stops breathing. They are practicing, silently, how to push certain feelings away so far that the only way they know they are alive is by making someone else smaller. The first possibility is the horror of the known, a specific girl, a specific set of crimes, a path that you can trace through dates and documents. She exists, and the world has shaped itself around that fact. The second is the horror of the ongoing, the idea that somewhere, unseen, new chains of harm are forming. New Brackenwoods are training their children to ignore bruises. New Paula Crowes are running bathwater too hot. New officers are closing thin files with the wrong kind of shrug. You cannot reach those places from your bed. You cannot walk into those rooms tonight and take any child's hands away from what they are learning. But you can, in this small space, acknowledge that fear and decide what to do with it. The story will stay in Brackenwood, whether you let it or not. It is already there, rooted. What you get to decide is how tightly you clutch it as you fall asleep. So let us end where we began, with your house and what it is and is not doing. Tonight, your house is only holding you, not hiding anyone. The floor beneath you is just wood and pipes and concrete, not a secret graveyard. The walls are remembering paint colors and picture hooks, not muffled screams. The old noises of your home are exactly that. Old pipes, settling beams, a fridge turning itself on and off, the small thermal size of materials expanding and contracting as the outside temperature slides a little lower. You are allowed to let them be nothing more. You can let Brackenwood stay where it is, a wet northern bruise in the map of your mind, significant and sad and far away. You can let Lena Crowe remain a figure inside the story that has now run its course for the night, existing behind legal orders in old newspaper ink, not in your hallway. You can let your eyes close. There will be one last set of sounds, the faint shift of fabric as you settle deeper into the pillow, the quiet swallow as your throat relaxes, the tiny, almost inaudible click as your phone finally sleeps. Then the story will reach the only ending that matters in a bedroom at night. It will stop talking and leave you alone with your own breathing, and then with nothing at all. Just silence.